Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining our webinar today. I'm going to pass this over to Greg Crawford from NIC, who's going to introduce today's webinar.
Thank you, Bryce. Again, hello, everyone. Thank you for joining our webinar today on promising and innovative practices for children of incarcerated parents, arrest through pre-adjudication. My name is Greg Crawford, and I'm a correctional program specialist at the National Institute of Corrections. I also work with Jocelyn Fontaine and Bryce Peterson at the Urban Institute as the grant monitor for this project. We are very excited for this webinar and for you to hear from the wonderful panelists we have assembled. The entire webinar will be 4.5 hours long, but will be divided into 4 separate yet complementary sessions. The first session will be on parental arrest protocols, followed by sessions on family impact statements, family-focused jail services, and finally, successful collaboration. Recent studies suggest that nearly 3 million U.S. children under the age of 18 currently have a parent in jail or prison, and an estimated 10 million or more children have experienced parental incarceration sometime in their lifetimes. These children often experience trauma by witnessing their parents being arrested, seeing them in court, and visiting them in jail. The National Institute of Corrections partnered with the Urban Institute on a project to identify and highlight promising and innovative practices that have the potential to mitigate this trauma and improve parent-child relationships. This project focuses on practices for children with parents involved in the early stages of criminal justice system, including arrest, pretrial detention, and sentencing. We focused on the early stages because they are the entry point of parental involvement in the justice system, and thus they hold promise for helping children before their parents are incarcerated in state or federal prisons. In other words, these practices have the potential to intervene in the life of children and parents before things escalate and they fall deeper into the system. In addition to this webinar, this project has yielded a framework document and 3 toolkits. The information in these deliverables coincides with and complements what you will be hearing about in today's webinar. Urban will be releasing these deliverables in a few weeks, along with a recording of this webinar. During today's webinar, you will hear from some of the leading practitioners in the field who have championed promising and innovative practices that aim to improve the lives of justice-involved parents and their children. In particular, we believe that these practices hold promise for reducing the feelings of separation children experience when their parent is arrested and or detained in jail, as well as for empowering parents to have active roles in the lives of their children. Now, I'd like to turn it over to Bryce Peterson from the Urban Institute to introduce the panelists for the first session.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Bryce Peterson. I'm a research associate at Urban. I first of all want to just say thank you all for attending this webinar. We're very excited that we had such good response to the webinar and to the sessions that we're hosting. I also want to thank you for the great work that you're doing for these children and their parents. The session you're about to hear today is on parental arrest protocols. There's also going to be 3 additional sessions later this afternoon on family impact statements, family-focused jail services, and successful collaboration. In this first session you're going to be hearing today, you'll hear from several different individuals who have been involved in developing and implementing 2 different parental arrest protocols. One of them is in San Francisco, and the other was piloted in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. As many of you know, parental arrest can be very traumatic for children and can even result in them being left in dangerous situations. You're going to be hearing from Chief Greg Sir later from the San Francisco Police Department. He's going to talk about the different effects of adverse childhood experiences, one of which is considered to be parental arrest, and how these adverse experiences can impact both children and adults. Parental arrest policies are very important because they help police departments prioritize the physical and emotional needs of children who are witnessing their parents' arrest. They help officers think through how to handle the dynamic, unexpected scenarios that they face when they're arresting a parent or a caregiver. So because of that, we believe that this session is particularly important and useful to those who work in law enforcement, as well as those of you who collaborate with law enforcement agencies regularly, such as human service agencies, child and parent advocates, community-based organizations, and a host of others. I just want to reiterate also what Greg Crawford said earlier, that this session is meant to complement some additional products that Urban and NIC will be releasing in a few weeks. Specifically, one of these is a toolkit on parental arrest policies, which draws from some of the interviews that my colleagues and I conducted in San Francisco and Allegheny with some police department executives, officers, as well as some other stakeholders. These toolkits will be released along with a recording of today's webinar. We're estimating on June 15th. We'll be sending out an email to all of you who registered to give you an update when that recording and those toolkits are available. So when you receive that, please feel free to share that with anyone else in your network who you think might be interested in this or who might benefit from the information contained therein, especially if they weren't able to attend today's webinar. It's also important for me to point out that this webinar and the products that I'm talking about are not part of, something that we just did on our own. They're not happening in a vacuum. They're actually part of a much larger and growing interest in providing services to these children and families of justice-involved parents. For example, Mr. Crawford and I are involved in a federal interagency working group on children of incarcerated parents who aims to bring together different agencies across the government to provide training and technical assistance to different service providers, as well as to clarify and improve public policy, raise public awareness of the challenges that this population faces. More specifically to the issue of parental arrest, which is also a growing concern among police departments and other agencies across the United States. For example, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, or IACP, recently released a model arrest policy entitled Safeguarding Children of Arrested Parents. You can view that model arrest policy if you'd like on their website, which is iacp.org. And then finally, before we begin the session, I just want to discuss a few of the logistical details for today. First, I want to note that you all are going to be muted, all the attendees, so there's not going to be a chance for you to directly speak into this. And also, if on your end you can just mute your own phone lines just to ensure that there's no feedback noise, that would be very helpful. But that said, we are definitely going to allow you to interact with our panelists in a way that allows you to ask questions, and they'll be able to answer those questions. Specifically today, we have 30 minutes allotted for the end of this session for our panelists to be able to address your questions. If you would like to submit a question, we ask that you use the webinar's Q&A tool. You should see it on your screen right now. And you can submit a question directly to the panelist whose name is Urban Webinar Questions. Again, look for the Q&A tool and submit questions to Urban Webinar Questions. We will be collecting those questions, and then we're going to read them out loud when we have time allotted for the session, when the presentations are over. So the session you're going to be hearing today, we're going to start with Chief Gregory Sir from the San Francisco Police Department. He will be followed by Sam Marion, and then followed by Jill Brandt. I want to present our first presenter. Our first presenter is Chief Gregory Sir. Again, he's a 33-year veteran of the San Francisco Police Department. He was selected as San Francisco's 42nd Chief of Police back in 2011. He firmly believes that the idea that police departments exist to serve the needs of their customers, which he defines as those who live, work, visit, and play in their cities. And that's actually been a foundation and a cornerstone of a lot of changes he's implemented. For example, in the past year, he's allowed any member of the public access to the Chief's office, and we're so grateful to have him on board. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic over now to Chief Sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I think it's really important. I think this is a very important subject. As said before, I've been a police officer over 33 years. I came up my entire time through the San Francisco Police Department, spent a lot of time in patrol and plainclothes, working the streets, and have participated in thousands of arrest situations. And the San Francisco Police Department has long recognized both the immediate and lasting negative consequences that a parental arrest can have on a child. I don't think there's a cop that's ever left a scene after arresting the parents with the little ones behind, and it just didn't feel right. It just felt like that there was something else we could have done better. And so we've been about that here in the police department to try to get to that better place. The SFPD, along with other city agencies and community stakeholders, some of the community stakeholders even involved organizations that had young people in them who had suffered the adverse childhood experience of having their parents arrested, and they've carried it with them their whole life. And they helped us develop a comprehensive policy that prioritizes the physical and emotional well-being of children at the scene of a parental arrest. It's so important that these children who have gone through so much, no fault of their own, aren't left wondering why, and see police officers better than they might as just people that take their parents away. As of 2010, approximately 2.7 million children under the age of 18 in the United States had a parent incarcerated in jail or in prison. So imagine if we can leave those 2.7 million children at least feeling that they had no role in their parent being arrested, and or that their parent being arrested didn't hurt them a second time. adverse childhood experience, I know I mentioned that a minute ago, is something that a child goes through in their formative years, such as an act of violence, the loss of a loved one, any other traumatic experience, and parental incarceration is now recognized as a child's adverse childhood experience, which increases a child's risk of negative outcomes in childhood and adulthood, which again impacts all of us if they have a chance then to fall into the criminal justice system and touch police officers in another way. So this is a bit of paying it forward. If we do it right when they're children, we could affect generational change as far as crime in our country. So what am I talking about as far as how does it impact a child? Adverse childhood experiences for children can create health problems, memory loss, cognitive and emotional impairment, early initiation of sexual activity, adolescent pregnancy, and substance abuse. Pretty much all the bad consequences that affect children are people that don't graduate from high school. The vast majority of people that fall into the criminal justice system fall victim to crime, commit crime, especially violent crime, all don't do well in school. Adverse childhood experiences tremendously impact how children are going to do in school. So no police officer would ever want to be a part of anything that affected a child's ability to learn and then reach their full potential, as any child should have, especially since we all signed up to help people. We would never want to hurt a child. As adults, if we don't, again, take care of this early and recognize our potential to impact children, could result in alcoholism, depression, drug use, domestic violence, which of course would impact the next generation of children, other criminal behavior, health-related problems, and even suicide. So again, we want to be thoughtful. Cops always want to be thinking ahead. And again, we're talking decades ahead, the impact that you can have on a child early on, and we need to think about it as we go there. So why should you have a comprehensive policy? As law enforcement officers, we have a sworn obligation and moral responsibility to protect the child's physical and mental health. Again, we swore an oath that pretty much, to sum it up in 2 words, is to help people. And children who are so easily impacted, are forming all their belief systems and all, we owe it to them. And again, by proxy, it benefits law enforcement and society in general if we do it right when they're young, because as we learned in building our policy, a lot of these young people, that is something that has stayed with them their whole lives. And I'll bet you the officers, when they were doing their job, if they would have just taken a few extra minutes, those children might not have had that impact. So unless handled in just the right way, law enforcement officers run the risk of victimizing an already distraught child after a parental arrest for a second time. And since a lot of these kids don't really understand why their parents are being arrested, the main trauma that they could suffer is actually put upon them by police officers. And that's just something that we can't have, that we would never knowingly be a part of, even though for however long it's been going on, unknowingly we have been. We can mitigate the negative impacts of a parental arrest on a child, including avoiding the unnecessary placement of the child into a child welfare system. So in our policy, we try to do the good goodbye, including we even partnered with a little 12-year-old girl, came up with a grant-funded project called We Care Bears. So we'll even offer a bear to the child, or even if the parent's in a place where they'd be willing to help us out, allow the parents to offer the bear to the child and tell the child, hey, you know, mom or dad's coming back. I just have to go with the officers for a while. Try not to put the cuffs on the parent in front of the child. If you can do that outside, better still. And we're not talking about a long time that this thing takes. We're talking a matter of minutes to let a family member come and take care of the child if you don't have to put them into the child welfare system. Just the effect or the non-effect of the arrest is really what we should be trying to do, is that the child just believes basically that their parent's going to leave for a cup of coffee and then they're going to come back. A good policy demonstrates an agency's respect for the parent-child relationship. Most children want a relationship with their parents, regardless of the reason for the arrest, and all children should see police officers as someone that they can go to when they need help, rather than associate a police officer with something that's bad. Improve relationships between the law enforcement agency and children, parents, and the community at large. Obviously, with what's been going on in the country in the last 6 months, when one of our neighbors in one of our public housing developments here actually commented when I brought up that we have this new policy, that they were wondering what was going on because the officers, there was a pronounced change in how we were leaving residences where we had to make an arrest insofar as the efforts that were taken to make sure that we left the children in a better place. So when people are just standing up and noticing the change, that's good, but the downside is that it went too long, that it went the other way. So the sooner we can get good policies in place and be better at all this across the country, we'll be in better stead with the communities at large everywhere. Increase collaboration between law enforcement agencies and the child welfare system to improve the lives of children impacted by a parental arrest. Whatever we can do to go back and make sure it's okay, a little bit of follow-up. The next day, officers usually work the same areas. Usually we here in San Francisco working with Child Protective Services just to make sure we did it right. So if you do need to tweak a policy or change it or add to it, I don't think you just want it to be static. Little advice that benefited us on this policy, as I mentioned, we took a collaborative approach to work with other city agencies and community-based organizations. I wear out the phrase that we try to be smart enough to know that we're not smart enough. So if you have people that are professionals at the psychology and the brain formation and how it all works, and of course there's no better teacher than experience, so working with the kids themselves not only got the policy right, but demonstrated to the children that we care and that they can have an impact on future generations, so there's ownership. It's really important. Allow the working group to define the desired outcomes appropriate for your community. Again, our policy, we're proud of it. Anybody's welcome to it, but I think that you should just use it as a guideline or a template. You want to populate your policy with the thoughts of those that are not in law enforcement, again, because they are the affected communities, and they're the ones that can tell you how they wish it had gone in their experience. Use model policies, other agencies' policies as guides. Again, you're welcome to ours, but remember to incorporate your community's desired outcomes into the policy. Again, I can't stress that enough, that this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. It has to be right for you. Implementing the policy can be the most challenging step. Innovative implementation strategies can help officers be more accepting of a new policy. Again, I'm a person that goes out and talks to my cops regularly. This sort of policy is a no-brainer, or a duh, if you will. I mean, for the officers to know that they're affecting generational change. We have a very young police department. If we do it right now, and we have less violent crime, more achieving young people, higher graduation rates, and it all comes in the beginning. And we're not talking about a huge investment. We're not talking about putting extra work on the officers' plates. We're talking about maybe a maximum of up to 30 minutes of more attention, and that would only be if you had to wait for somebody to come from without. Otherwise, you're just talking about maybe 5 to 10 minutes to close it with the good goodbye to reassure a child. I mean, I can't imagine that there's any police officer in any police district station, what have you, that would be able to protest and get any quarter from any other group of police officers. And if they should, to be honest with you, shame on them. So developing a policy to protect the children of arrested parents is just simply the right thing to do, as I just spoke to. The children are unintended victims of their parents' arrest. These kids, they didn't do anything. They're children. So for us to make sure that we hold them close and protect them as we would from any other scene or incident, we are now in the middle of that scene or incident, and we're an active participant. So just as we're always trying to protect people from harm, again, because we swore to do so, we have an impact to do that. We have the potential to impact literally a child the rest of their life by doing this. While a policy like this may increase the time the officers are on a call, the positive implications for the children can be life-changing. You know what, I'm not even going to comment to that. That speaks for itself. You know, 10 minutes up front to affect someone's entire life, enough said. Katie Albright, who's a great lady here in San Francisco, she's actually the executive director of our Child Abuse Prevention Center, and of course May was Child Abuse Prevention Month. I went to a luncheon, and she said something that particularly struck me, and I think that if every police officer heard it, we would all be better off. That was, any time we don't take time to help a child now, we are committing a crime against our future. You know, there's more poems, songs, speeches, whatever, that speak to children being our future and teach them well. We do not want to be teaching our children at one of their most vulnerable moments where they're so traumatized by losing the people that have cared for them since they came into this world, and then all of a sudden we do something thinking we're doing the right thing, and actually we're knocking a child back. So again, if we're to have a better future all the way around, I believe that it could very much start with the fact that we care for children where in the past we might not have even realized they needed that. I'm telling you right now, anybody listening to this webinar, we have not been as good as we could have been, and with a very simple policy and direction to officers, again, we could get to a better place all the way around, because the kids are just going to be better off for every contact they've ever had with the police. Thank you, and I know we're going to have question and answer later. I'm happy to answer those. Any and all questions. If you don't get to one and you want to send me an email or call directly, not a problem. And then, as I said before, anybody's welcome to our policy or further conversation about how we got there, but we're happy we have it.
Thank you so much, Chief, sir. That was excellent. And if I remember right, I think you might be leaving towards the end of the question and answer session. And I forgot to mention this in my introduction, but we also have Captain Ed Santos from the San Francisco Police Department, who will be sticking around and can answer questions in case the Chief has to step out. So thank you again. That was so great. I just want to share a quick anecdote. When we were doing one of these dry runs, Chief Sir did his presentation. It was just as good as it was now. We had Nell Bernstein, who was also listening in at the time. Nell will be a presenter that we have at our last session today on successful collaboration. Nell is the former chair of the San Francisco Children of Incarcerated Parents Partnership. She helped develop the San Francisco Children Incarcerated Parents Bill of Rights. And she had said when she had heard Chief Sir's presentation that she was floored, and that was exactly what she had been pitching to the former chief of San Francisco 10 years ago, and how happy she was to hear that now it's coming out of his mouth. So again, just thank you so much. That was really great. We're going to turn it over now to Samra Marion. Samra is the public policy attorney for the Office of Citizen Complaints in San Francisco. She's been there since 2000. She's written and negotiated policy recommendations on a variety of subjects for San Francisco, including language access, juvenile policing protocols, officer-involved shootings, and children of arrested parents. She helped produce the officer training video for the San Francisco Police Department on their children of arrested parents policy, and even wrote an article for the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement entitled Civilian Oversight as Bridge Builders, Collaborating with the Community and Law Enforcement to Develop Effective, Safe, and Trauma-Reducing Procedures for Children of Arrested Parents. If you want to see Samra's bio, the Chief's bio, or anyone else's bio for this presentation, for our whole webinar, you can go ahead and visit the Urban Events website, which is urban.org/events, and you can see the bios there. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Samra.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be a part of this webinar. Again, my name is Samara Marion. I'm an attorney with the San Francisco Office of Citizen Complaints. The Office of Citizen Complaints is a city agency of civilians. We're separate from the police department, and we monitor the San Francisco Police Department by investigating complaints of police misconduct, and we also make policy recommendations to enhance police-community relations. I wanted to highlight how civilian oversight agencies can participate in the collaboration of putting into place a parent arrest procedure. I was also going to talk about a few key aspects of the parent arrest procedure in San Francisco, and I was also going to address how collaboration can be equally important in the implementation stage of a parent arrest policy. There are over 200 civilian oversight of law enforcement agencies in the United States, and there are different models of civilian oversight. In your community, you may have a civilian review board or a police auditor or a police monitor, for example. But regardless of the model, civilian oversight agencies have one primary goal, and that's to advance fair and professional policing that's responsive to community needs. Now, how can a civilian oversight agency be a collaborative partner? Well, we often have contact with incarcerated families and organizations that assist them. We may also receive and investigate complaints against a police department involving a child's treatment during their parent's arrest. Many civilian oversight of law enforcement agencies also make policy and training recommendations to the police department and whatever decision-making body that establishes police department policies. So in a very practical way, civilian oversight agencies will know the chief, the command staff, and other members of the police department they're monitoring. So civilian oversight agencies can help identify who might be allies within the police department on the issue of children and youth and a potential parent arrest procedure. Civilian oversight agencies are often involved in recommending changes to police policy, and so they'll know exactly what steps are required to change police procedures, how to draft new procedures, and they can also anticipate the kinds of objections or hurdles or concerns your police department may have. Lastly, a civilian oversight agency can provide the kind of continuity and be a part of the sustained effort that is necessary for putting together the policy and assisting in its implementation. In San Francisco, the San Francisco Children of Incarcerated Parents Partnership spent years putting together a coalition of community organizations, city departments, and law enforcement. And Nell Bernstein will be talking about SFCIP, that's the Children of Incarcerated Parents Partnership, and she'll be talking about their goals and the collaborative process later in this webinar. One of the goals of SFCIP was to establish a parent arrest procedure in San Francisco. So in 2007, based on the collaborative work of SFCIP and the San Francisco Police Department, the San Francisco Police Department adopted a department bulletin that set forth procedures that the police were to follow concerning children of arrested parents. And I wanted to take a moment to highlight a few of the key provisions of the policy. First, it requires officers to ask all arrestees whether they have a dependent child under the age of 18. This policy also instructs officers to look for signs of children at the arrest or search warrant scene. It also requires officers to ask an arrestee who should care for their children in their absence. And this ensures that kids are not left alone or that they return to an empty house in the wake of their parents' arrest. And by designating a responsible adult to care for their child in their absence, it also means that their child is not taken unnecessarily to a children's shelter. Another component of the policy permits the arrested parent to reassure their child and to say goodbye to them. Now, in situations where a parent is not cooperative or it's unsafe, the policy also instructs officers to explain the reason for the arrest in age-appropriate language and to reassure the child that both the parent and the child will be cared for. Another component of the policy involves instructing the officer to handcuff the parent outside the sight and the hearing of the child when safety permits. And one of the last components requires officers to consider the ages and the likely location of children when executing an arrest or search warrant. Now, this police department procedure, it was issued as a department bulletin, which meant the police department had to reauthorize the procedure every 2 years. So as a civilian oversight of law enforcement agency, our agency, having policy and training recommendation authority, we did outreach to SFCIP, we discussed the policy with the police department, and we were able to then recommend that the police department's arrest policy be codified into a permanent policy, and our agency also recommended that the police department create a video roll call training for officers on the permanent policy. Now, one challenge to both developing and implementing a parent arrest procedure is really the sustained effort it requires. And I also think that collaboration can be equally effective in the implementation stage of a parent arrest policy. So, you know, one question is, how does one keep the momentum of the collaborative process? And I'd say there was a turning point when the permanent parent arrest policy was presented to our police commission for adoption. And this was a public hearing in which representatives from SFCIP and our youth commission and our agency, we spoke in support of the policy, as well as the police department. And during this public hearing, 2 youths from Project What, and they're part of the SFCIP organization, they spoke about their experience. And one young girl talked about her father being arrested during her 5th grade graduation. And another girl talked about being left for 2 months without any adult to care for her and her siblings in the wake of her mother's arrest. And their testimony made visible the devastating impact when there are no procedures in place to safeguard children and youth. And their testimony also had an enormous impact on the chief, the police commission, and the public. And it really enabled the next collaborative steps. Certainly, Chief Sir, as you heard, he supported the continuation of this collaborative process into the implementation stage. So one of the first things we all wanted to do was put together the officer training video. And this truly was a collaborative process in collaboration with SFCIP, the police department, and our agency. We were able to put together the script. And to underscore how a parent arrest policy could make a dramatic difference on kids and youth, the video included some interviews with the Project What youth who had witnessed their parents' arrest. And another part of the collaborative process involved the Project What youth who asked to meet with patrol officers because they wanted to talk about the arrest experience from both perspectives. So these youth, they proposed and they led the discussion with patrol officers. And in addition to it being a really fruitful exchange between youth and the officers, there were 2 really important ideas that emerged. First, officers talked about how there often is no sign that an arrestee is a parent, especially when the arrest takes place during a traffic stop or on the street. So we revised the training script to specifically incorporate a scenario where there is no sign that the arrestee was a parent, so we can really bring home to officers how important it is that they're looking for all signs and asking questions that will enable the parent to know and feel comfortable revealing that they have children. Officers during this exchange with Project What youth also talked about how if there were changes made to the police report template, it would make it easier in that we could incorporate the documentation requirements that the policy requires. So again, these were great ideas that came out of the collaborative process. Ultimately, for me, it's been a great privilege to be part of this collaborative project with the community, with youth of incarcerated parents, and with the police department. And I hope for those of you who have civilian oversight agencies in your communities, I hope that you will consider your civilian oversight agency as a resource and that you'll invite them to the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Samara. Next up, we're going to have Jill Brandt, who's a Legal Services Supervisor for Allegheny County Department of Human Services. Jill is focused on systematic change for children and families of the incarcerated in Allegheny County, and she has played an integral role in numerous initiatives to better serve these children over the last 9 years. Thank you, Jill, so much for joining us. I'm going to go ahead and pass the control over to you.
Thank you, Bryce. I'm from Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, which is where Pittsburgh is located. And I've been working on these issues since 2006 when I was hired as a systems advocate for children and families of the incarcerated. My title has expanded a bit since then, but this has really been the bulk of my professional career. How we began, wait a second. Okay, we had just a minute, sorry about this. We had a stakeholders meeting in 2006, which was called by a very informative administrative judge at the time. She was working on knowledge that she'd gained from a local foundation who had studied children of incarcerated parents. And basically, what came out of that was two main issues. One was the time of arrest protocol in Allegheny County, and the second was jail visits, which you will hear about this afternoon from Amy Kroll. Our task force was very inclusive. We had, just to name a few, the DA, the public defender, Children's Hospital, Child Welfare, the police, and the courts. I was the co-chair of that task force, as well as our director of Children, Youth, and Families. What we were looking for was a consistent response that our officers could use that, number one, ensured safety. And we're talking about safety of the children at the scene, safety of the parents, and, of course, safety of the officers. We wanted to minimize trauma. As Chief Sir said, it's a traumatic event for everyone, even the officers. So we were looking for ways to make it easier on the children, if just by a small margin, and easier on the officers. It's easier for them if they know that they're following protocol and they're doing the right thing, so we wanted to give them those tools. Number three, and this was a big one for me as a child welfare representative, was to reduce system involvement. We don't want to call child welfare unless we have to, and a lot of these families, regardless if someone is arrested, do not need us, and we don't want to put our nose in before we have to. And finally, link to family services. This comes from the belief that having someone taken out of the home, even if the parent is not the primary caregiver of the child, maybe they're in the custody of their grandparent, still that person serves an integral role in the family. They may be the breadwinner, they may take care of child care. Either way, we wanted to make sure that they could continue to pay rent, that they could continue their routine. So we wanted to link them to services. The elements of our protocol are very similar to what Ms. Marion and Chief Sir has already spoken about. Thoughtful police action during the arrest. This was by far the easiest part of our protocol. Ms. Marion, her protocol looked almost exactly like ours. It's asking parents if there's a child in the house, if they're responsible for anyone, all of those things that she had mentioned. Our chiefs that we worked with at the time on the task force would often say, well, that's common sense. And really, it is common sense, and it was for the good officers. That is what they did regardless, but we wanted to make it a policy. We wanted to make it the practice for everyone. A more difficult element was caregiver selection remains intact for the parents. This was difficult for some of our officers because they do, in fact, care so much for the kids. This is allowing the parents to remain parents, basically. Unless a parent is completely belligerent and out of control, or they're intoxicated or incapacitated in some way, we want to allow them to select a caregiver for their child, and we want the police officers to respect that selection. So we continually hammered away at that to make sure that officers were allowing that to happen, because we recognize that not everyone's house looks like yours, and not everyone makes a decision that maybe you would make, but they are the parents, and we wanted to continue to allow them to do that. The third element was our comfort place, and this may be something unique to Pittsburgh, and it was, I don't even know, I'm not sure where we came up with this idea. It basically came from the fact that when you call our children and youth services, regardless if you need just a temporary shelter or anything like that, it gets a ball rolling that we don't want to get rolling. So this comfort place idea was basically a temporary community-based place staffed by professionals that was the alternative to a child welfare call. Like I said, community-based, so it's not Big Brother knocking on your door or anything like that. But basically, it's a respite place for the cases where a parent is arrested and they say, for example, my sister can come take care of my children, but she's finishing her shift at the hospital and she'll be off at 11. Under normal circumstances, the officer, because he needs to get on to his next call, would likely call child welfare to take care of the child for those few hours, which in turn could lead to a foster care situation, et cetera. In this case, the call is made and the temporary community-based shelter will either come out to the scene and pick up the child, or alternatively, the officer could take them and drop them off at the location. And that place is responsible for, number one, comforting the child, number two, keeping the child safe, number three, welcoming their aunt when they come, letting them know what resources are available at this, time in the arrest protocol. And finally, to allow that family to reunite. I don't know why my thing is going backwards. Okay, the challenges that we went through during this time, which the main development took place between 2006 and 2008, and we started with a 6-month pilot within the city of Pittsburgh. We had some budget concerns at the time. Our human service budget was cut significantly during those years, so we had a real problem securing funds for our comfort place. There was also this overwhelming belief that the whole thing was inherently unmanageable. You may have thought you misheard when I said that this was a 2006 to 2008 process, but it really did take us 2 years to come up with this protocol. A lot of things like people got stuck on, for example, allowing a parent to make these decisions was one big one. Another one was, what if we have a teenager going to the comfort place who becomes violent? Or what if when Aunt Betty comes to pick up a child that she's drunk? Or there was a lot of what if, what if, what if. Another big one was, what if we have a child who is medically fragile? So we had a lot of conversations that went, on and on over months and months. And sometimes we left that meeting just thinking, oh, we can't do this, let's just forget it. But finally, we did address everyone's concerns. Allowing parents to keep authority, which I mentioned. The culture of the police force was mainly positive for the most part. I was responsible for training, and the training took place several different ways. I did roll call training, which was at the beginning of each shift, and I also did the yearly trainings that the police officers go to. And a lot of the feedback was positive, like I said, but other times they would raise their hands respectively and they would say, well, if you're going to, worry about these kids so much, why don't you start by telling their parents not to commit crimes? So that's when you sort of have to back up a little bit and try to get them on board with your message. The next challenge was not enough data to make our case. And that continues, I would say, because we don't have all the data. We don't know how many kids are affected. This became very difficult when we were trying to secure a comfort place because, of course, the agency wants to know how many kids are we talking about here, how many calls do you think we'll get, is this really 24/7, is it a weekend thing, and we really had no idea what to expect. And during our 6-month pilot, we had our G20, the National G20 Summit in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and there was a lot of concern about all of these people from out of town coming in, about people getting arrested, and what if they have their kids with them. During that whole period, though, we had one call, and it was sort of a mistake call, so everything turned out okay. But that's just an example of how we don't know what we're dealing with this population, although we are getting a clearer picture, I think, every day. Finally, securing the community-based comfort place. Like I said, that was difficult because we didn't know what to tell them. We didn't have the money at the time. Human Services didn't have the budget to hand over the money because we do, in fact, need a 24/7 on-call operation. Allegheny County is pretty expansive, so that person would be traveling. When we first, well, actually still, our goal is to have regional cover places in each quadrant of the county so that their response time is quicker and probably, less manpower would be necessary. Next steps, we're going to continue to work on community outreach to make sure that these children aren't being forgotten about. Continued training using technology. DHS has officially handed this over to the Pittsburgh Police. I no longer have a hand in the training or the protocol. We handed it over to them to formalize and to make part of their academy. They have created their own video using a professional videographer, which I have yet to see, but I hear it's really fantastic. And they do use, of course, their drives on their computers and their computers in their car, and the officers do carry in their pockets cards, which remind them to follow all those rules or steps or suggestions that Chief Sir talked about and Ms. Marion. Pittsburgh Police has chosen to focus on new recruits. They will continue to spread the protocol to everyone, but the real push, the real culture change is likely to be on the new recruits. And they will also collect data, which is what we really need in order to secure funding. Everything now is results-based and data-driven, so we are going to continue that. And what we really hope for is a true formalization of the protocol, and that there isn't an officer in Allegheny County that doesn't know about it, that doesn't use it. We want to hear feedback from parents. I work in the jail a lot, and I hear about how they were treated at the arrest scene. And I'm grateful to say that I have not heard any horror stories as of late, as of the last couple of years. So I'm hoping that that means that things are working for us. So that is all, and I do look forward to hearing about any questions that you have, and I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jill, and for the rest of our panelists, I very sincerely thank you for the great presentations. Now we're going to have a time for questions. It looks like we have a good 30 minutes to go through some questions. We've been receiving some from attendees. If you have any questions, please feel free to continue submitting them to us. You can use your Q&A tool on the webinar and submit them to the panelist whose name is Urban Webinar Questions. Again, you can submit that through the Q&A tool on the webinar. I'm going to go ahead and get started with some of the questions that we've received already. It looks like the first one that we have, if you can answer this, it'd be great. Chief Santos and or Captain Santos and our Chief Sir. The first question is, how has implementation and training been going? Has there been any pushback from officers? If so, how have you overcome that pushback?
So the it went out and it went in very well. Like I said, in our some of our toughest areas, like in a lot of areas, are public housing complexes. The neighborhoods themselves have been knowing it. So, you know, the best job review or the best thing for the officers is to hear how it's going in and being received well. I heard when Jill was speaking, you know, concentrating just on the new officers. It's a little ironic when you think it's actually the older officers that have parents themselves. So I think a lot of the ownership across all ranks and all levels of seniority has been, you know, how you would have your own child impacted. So I think the fact that, you know, so many police officers have children, it went in agency-wide, and like I said in my presentation, and I think when Jill was speaking about the chief at her department, it really is a common sense kind of thing. So I don't think it goes in difficultly at all. We have a training video, so it's a roll call video, 7 to 10 minutes, and we'll be showing that regularly so that we don't lose any of the momentum gained, both in continuing professional training and advanced officers for sitting officers. And then, of course, we're in a big hire right now out here in San Francisco, so our academy officers are getting it as well.
Thank you. Samara, did you have anything to add? I don't know if you encountered any pushback when you're helping to get the policy institutionalized in San Francisco.
No, it wasn't about pushback, but one thing that the department did, which again was an idea from many of the youth, was to have an evaluation of the training video. And it was really great to get officers' responses to the training video. And one thing that, in addition to them favorably responding, they also pointed out that they would like more training in the hard situations when a parent is uncooperative, angry, the situations that can really escalate. And so most certainly that was really great feedback and something, you know, in the future to incorporate in other officer training videos.
Great, and I think a good question that we received from one of our attendees: where can they get a copy of the San Francisco policy? And I guess that would also be true for the Allegheny policy. Is there a spot online anywhere where where viewers can look at the policy?
Yeah, we actually have the policy posted on our department website, and a link to the video, the training video, is actually on YouTube, and I'm happy to get that information to the Urban Institute to put out to everybody.
Excellent. And we had another question, so my answer will coincide with that. Will these slides be available online? Yes, they will. We will be posting these slides along with the recording of the webinar online. The goal is to post those by June 15th. So when we send out that email to all of you, all the attendees, we will also include some of the materials from today. So Chief Sir, I think we have the link to the website, so we'll make sure we include the link and for the training video.
Thank you.
Okay, that's great. So another question that we received was, how have you gauged any community perspectives about the arrest policy? What was their feedback, and how did you address any feedback that you received? If we can go ahead and start again with Chief Sir, and then we can move through the other panelists, because I think this is good to hear from everyone.
Well, as I said, we just happened to be in a random meeting about nothing to do with this policy, and I just mentioned that, you know, we're trying to make better inroads in our community partnerships and on and on and on. And just out of the blue, this lady who, you know, she's a woman who works with us, but she's not a critic from time to time. And just she had this epiphany that, oh, my God, that's what that was. So she said that it was actually kind of the conversation going through this one public housing complex. And I know that a lot of the officers have commented to me just in passing that they just feel better about it. So I think whoever said earlier that you know, that it also helps the officers, it does. The officers have felt more just kind of better about the whole thing. You know, they feel smarter, more thoughtful. They actually find their own style, how to do it. And we've actually had a council member from Sacramento here in California ask for the policy up there.
Great, thank you. And Chief Sir, we have another question for you as well. Is there any data available on police compliance with the protocols? Like, for example, what percentage of officers follow the protocol?
Well, we actually learn those by complaint, right? So I think Samara, the OCC is the civilian oversight body. So anybody that doesn't comply, like with any policy in the police department, they're subject to discipline. And I'm not aware of anybody complaining that the officers aren't complying with the policy. And just from the feedback we get in general, it's been just an incredible positive for us. So, Samara?
Most certainly. I mean, if people can complain and then they lodge a complaint with our agency, and I would say so far it's been a positive, because we also have the opportunity to review situations where we can see that officers are following the policy and doing it correctly.
Great, and Jill, I forgot, I don't know if you had anything to add about gauging community responses for the arrest policy in Allegheny and Pittsburgh, and if you received any feedback, how did you address that?
Well, really, we do have that segment of the population that doesn't want to appear to be criminal-friendly in any way. And when we were faced with those people, it was really, I think Chief Sir had mentioned it before, just educating people about teaching children to interact with police and how that will affect them into their future. And we would just sell them on the point that we're working towards our future and trying to give these kids a positive outlook on law enforcement. But mainly the response has been welcoming and good.
Great. And as we're on the topic of compliance, are there any protocols in place for when an officer does not comply with the policy? I guess, again, we can start with you, Chief, and then I'll move on to the other panelists.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, anybody that, it's a new policy, so if any officer didn't do it just so, they would probably, and it was found to be grounded, they would be admonished and retrained to the policy, but we have progressive discipline here. So if some officer didn't get it, and I'll tell you what, I'm not a bashful chief about talking to my officers directly. If somebody would suggest that this was somehow being kind to criminals, this is being child friendly, not criminal friendly. So again, as I said in my presentation, the children didn't do anything. They're children. So any officer that doesn't get it would get a direct phone call from me till he got it or she got it.
Great, and Samara, from your perspective, from the Office of Citizens Complaints, you had sort of started to talk about this. What would the process be if a complaint was lodged against an officer and it was found that they were not in following the policy?
Well, a complaint would be lodged with our agency. We would investigate it. We would make findings, and then we forward our findings to Chief Sir. And from there, then he has the authority to discipline. So there's the mechanism to file the complaint separate from the police department. Ultimately, the chief, he's the person who determines discipline.
Great. Jill, did you have anything to add as far as what's going on in Allegheny or Pittsburgh?
I think it's a little premature on our end to have discipline or whatnot. It seems as though at this point the policy, although it's out there and it's being trained, that it's a strong suggestion. Is what we want you to do. I don't know that there's any protocol for if an officer doesn't follow it, but I could find that out through our police chief.
Great, thank you. Another great question we received from an attendee: what are some of the steps in place to change the culture of the police force? Joe, would you like to start with that?
Well, we just continually educate our officers. We worked with the crisis intervention team officers, which are those who work, who are called when there's a mental health crisis, and they really take on a leadership role in their zones. And we did a very in-depth training with them so that they could take that culture change and maybe take it back to their zone, because I think police respect police most. So when it's your leadership and your brother or whatever you would call them telling you these things, they listen better than they would to me or you. So that's the approach that we've taken, and we've also we've had kids take part in our training videos, because I think that's the most effective way to get someone to listen, is to hear, what it really felt like as a child to witness your parent being arrested, and really just pull at their heartstrings.
Tamara, is there anything you want to add as far as what's going on in San Francisco? What steps that are in place to change the culture of the police force there?
Well, I think this whole collaborative process where there's been the discussion between youth from Project What and the community-based organizations in our agency and the police department, I think that process has built such goodwill and the trust that we're all in it together for the long haul. And so that process has been so important. I mean, the fact that Chief Sir would be a part of this webinar and that us as a civilian oversight agency, we'd be a part of it together, I think that that really speaks volumes as to how it changes and what a great exchange there's been.
Right. And Chief Sir, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Yeah. One thing that's nice about being in a paramilitary organization is if it's an order, it's not optional. So our policy is not optional. It is policy, which is an order that they shall do it. And like I said in our presentation, it's the right thing to do. So anybody that wants to have a conversation with any of the command structure in the police department about protesting the right thing to do, that's always an interesting conversation. So, I mean, we're a department that's been focused on children really over the history of the department, but certainly over the last 4 years since I've been chief. So, again, I think it's really important. We use the word policy, but our policy here in San Francisco are called general orders, and in the general order on the children of arrested parents, the officers don't have the option to not act on it. So, so it is what it is.
Great. And then a good follow-up question, I think, for both you and Samara. We can start with you, Chief. Do children participate in protocol development? How do you get their perspective? You touched on this a little bit, I think Samara did, and you as well, Chief, in regards to Project What, but if you could expand on that a little bit, I think that'd be great.
Right, so Project What is made up of young people, and we had two young people that were particularly operative in this development of this policy. And again, out of the mouths of babes. They went through it, and then they presented at our police commission, who actually set the policy and adopted it, which is also televised here in San Francisco. And then they had an active role in developing the training video as well. So, I mean, they've been in it the whole way through, and just trying to get to a place where we were trying to almost roll back the adverse childhood experience that they experienced by feeling that they were going to be able to help other kids going forward not go through the same thing that they did, was powerful.
Great. And Samara, did you want to add anything to that?
Just another component was that the Project What youth, they're gathering their own research, and they had requested to be able to sit down with patrol officers from the police department to hear what patrol officers' experience was in doing parental arrests, and also to be able to really hear from youth what it was like. And that the fact that the police department was willing to do that in dedicated officers, and that there was that exchange happened, I think that was a really great positive step to further, most certainly Project What in the research they're doing, but also, again, to increase the communication between law enforcement and youth.
Excellent. We have a few questions that were specifically about the community-based comfort place that you talked about, Jill. First, can you tell us who selects the community-based comfort place, or how it was selected, and how people can get involved in that process?
Well, I work for the Department of Human Services, and we held the contract money to go ahead and select it. Basically, we talked to 3 different agencies who were interested in doing it. When the selection came down to Gwen's Girls, which is it's a girls' shelter, but they decided to take on the unknowns without knowing how often they would be called and all of that, and who would show up at their door. They took it on, but really we don't have one in place right now because of our budget constraints. But we would welcome anyone, any community organization in Pittsburgh that would be willing to do it. The catch is that the 24/7 operation is on call, and you would have to go out, and you don't know how many kids you're going to get that night. So there's a lot of unknowns, and for any agency that wishes to take that on, they would have to be aware of those.
Are there plans to reinstate the Comfort Place in Pittsburgh in the future?
Yes, definitely. As a CYF professional, we do get calls from arrestees. We are keeping track of them so that we know what the need will be in the future. But we don't want those calls unless they're necessary. So we do continue to see that there's a need, and we are going to fill it. A lot of our data came from the mouths of children and families in 2005. The Pittsburgh Child Guidance Foundation did an extensive study with, tons of interviews with families who experienced parental arrest and incarceration, and all that can be found online. But that's the data that we're working from, and we do continue to see a need, and we will fill that in the future.
Great, and just a reminder to folks listening in, please feel free to continue sending us questions if you'd like. We do have a few more to keep going through on our end, though. The next one I think is good for, it's similar to this idea of keeping kids comforted. Chief Sir, what other materials have you used or other procedures do you have in place for children in addition to the Goodbye Bear to keep them comforted?
Well, Chief Sir had to step out, but a lot of the things that we do is we look at ways to train officers to make the child feel secure and to feel confident that everything will be okay. We specifically have reiterated this with officers through continuous training, the importance of reaching out to the child and letting them know that it is going to be okay and that they will have the opportunity to feel secure in their position. As well, we've given the parent an opportunity to reassure the child and take ownership of what's happening so that the child and the parent both have an understanding of what's happening and what will come next. But the most important part is making sure that the child is secure in their place.
Thank you, Captain Santos. Another good question we got from an attendee, how can community members find out if their police department has such policies? If they don't, how can they help encourage the adoption of such policies? I think we can, let's continue with you, Captain Santos, if you have a way that you want to address that question.
Well, obviously the best way to have the community reach out to us is to contact us, to contact the chief, to write to the chief and express those concerns. The chief is very, very good about responding to questions that the community has, that parents have, that other organizations have, and we're always looking to find an answer that will best fit the situation. Obviously, there are so many different situations that are presented at different times, and we try to do the best that we can, again, going back to the child, because the child is our future, and we want to ensure that we give that child the best possible chance toward the future.
Great, and Samara, did you have anything to add as far as how you think citizens in their own jurisdictions can reach out to police departments to see if they have such policies, parental arrest policies, or what they can do to encourage the adoption of such policies in their police departments?
Yes, thanks, Bryce. I wanted to put a plug in for the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. They have a website, and it's an organization that's put together and for other civilian oversight agencies. So I would really encourage communities to look to see do you have a civilian oversight agency within your community, so that in addition to most certainly what Captain Santos was saying about contacting the police department to find out if there's a procedure in place, through your own civilian oversight agency, they're the perfect individuals to be able to also assist in promoting a parent arrest procedure, and to be able to help both with the community and be really that bridge between community organizations and the police department, so that there can be a protocol put in place for parent arrest procedures.
That's excellent. Another great question.
I have a suggestion. I'm sorry.
Please, I'm so sorry. Yes, please go ahead.
That's okay. I was just going to say, people should, as you know, a citizen of the United States, you have the Freedom of Information Act available to you. In Pennsylvania, that is Right to Know. I suggest that you go to your police department's website. They should have a Right to Know request or Freedom of Information request, where you could simply request any and all policies regarding children at the time of an arrest. And they're bound by law to make sure that you get those.
Excellent. A similar question, and I'll start with you this time, Jill. What would be a good way to get community-based organizations in the area to collaborate with law enforcement on this issue, to work with them to help children whose parents are arrested? If one of our attendees is someone from a community-based organization, how could they go about getting this idea sparked in their jurisdiction and collaborating with law enforcement?
It has been our experience that if you can give them something, like for example, we had it's called a Child's Place at Mercy Hospital in Pittsburgh, and they wanted to work with the police, and they basically gave them sort of comfort boxes, probably like the teddy bear that the chief spoke about, but there was like toys in it, blankets, a snack, and they also made car seats available to the police. So if you're offering them something, they're oftentimes more willing to listen to your suggestions, I think. So whatever your strong suit is, if it's you know, public relations or whatever tools that you have in your pocket that you could maybe assist them, I would suggest that you reach out that way.
Right. And Samara, did you have anything to add to that?
No, I mean, I think that Jill covered it, and again, I would put in a plea for people to look to see, do you have a civilian oversight agency within your community? And then I think there are many other community-based organizations who are working on other child-centered or youth-centered issues, and that they're the likely individuals that would want to also look at parent arrest procedures. So I think the more individuals that can come together and bring together their different perspectives, that it's that kind of that collaboration that then police departments are going to be interested and willing to sit down and figure out how to put together a procedure.
Excellent. A question I have for Captain Santos. Have you encountered parents who do not want to disclose that they have children for fear of the police calling foster care? What are some ways that you address this?
Well, yes, that has occurred. There are people that unfortunately don't want to place their child in a position where the child could be taken away from them. So to address that issue, we made that a specific example in our roll call training video, and that was very instrumental in helping the officer keep or become more persistent in asking that question. Again, looking for signs that the child may be present some part in their life, either at home, work, or playground, whatever it may be. But we work very, very hard to address that, and we want, like I said, we want to ensure that the child will be in a good place. So we're going to push to make that happen. We also, we give the parent the opportunity to choose placement for their child rather than them going with the Child Protective Services or the Family Child Services. So we're really reaching out and giving the parent a lot of options make that situation much more comfortable.
Excellent. Joe, did you have anything you want to add to that?
Not really. I think that he covered it. In our protocol as well, we ask officers to be aware of your surroundings, even if they're saying there's not a child. If there's fingerprints all over the door and, you know, toys everywhere, you probably have a suspicion that there's a child. But, yeah, we have encountered many parents that don't want to disclose at the time of arrest, as well as intake into our county jail. So just be aware and maybe ask the neighbors or whatever you need to do to ensure that child's safety.
Right. I have another question for you, Jill, and then I'll move on to the other panelists so they can have a chance to answer it. What are some of the potential challenges to the sustainability of the arrest protocols in your jurisdictions, and what can you do to mitigate those challenges?
I think a constant challenge that we have in county government is a fluctuating budget. We had a pretty big hit a few years ago, which stalled our progress. Now things are a lot better, and we're taking advantage of that. But I think that's always an issue. So how we want to sustain through those ups and downs is really to make it an integral part of police officer the way that they do business. If it's just part of the system that deeply ingrained, then it's going to stay, and you don't necessarily need any outside forces or DHS to be overseeing it or anything like that. So we really want to systematize the whole thing so that whenever these fluctuations do happen, that we can account for them.
Great. Captain Santos, do you have anything to add as far as what you think some challenges to sustainability might be?
Well, in San Francisco, we have a lot of support from the mayor's office. I mean, we look towards the mayor's Family Violence Council. We look to the Department of the Status of Women, who are very instrumental in connecting us all together so that we can share and disclose things that we feel might benefit the child parental arrest situation. For smaller agencies, I see it being a little bit more difficult because they may not have as much access to the resources that we do, but we would certainly welcome, you know, helping out with whatever we can by putting that agency in touch with some of the agencies or community-based organizations that have worked so closely with us to make this such a successful endeavor.
And then finally, Samara, do you have anything you want to add to that as far as potential challenges to sustainability? I think we lost Samara. Okay, not a problem. So another question for Captain Santos and Jill. What are some next steps for implementation or training for the policies in your jurisdictions? We can start with you, Captain Santos.
Well, obviously, we want to look at how the process has worked. We want to look at if there's been anything that has been a negative, and we want to improve on that. We also want to look at our success and continue to provide training to our new recruit officers. We want to continue to train the officers that are currently in the department, and by way of our continuous professional training, as well as roll call training and bulletins. So we always want to keep looking at how we're doing, measure what we've done, and then do what we can to continue to move it forward. We also extend a survey out to officers because we want to get their feedback. We want to know what works and what doesn't work, and we want to take their suggestions and then maybe change the video that we have in place now to represent what's happening now and what could be happening in the future based on our past practice.
Excellent. Jill, did you have anything you want to add to that for what's going on?
Yeah, we will continue in services and roll call training as well. However, we will put our video training into our academy, which is a big big thing for Pittsburgh. I think a big picture, our next steps is to go outside of the city and start working on county departments. They have much smaller departments. Some of them are rather rural in Allegheny County. So we're going to start spreading what we've worked for in the city of Pittsburgh.
Excellent. A question I think is great to sort of end off on is, what are some ways that you think you could expand or enhance the policies in your jurisdictions? Jill, if you would like to start.
Well, I mean, I think that we have a very solid protocol and a solid plan. I think if we can get it wholly implemented to have the comfort place available and to have that in the regions as we had talked about, I think that we would be far ahead. And like I just said, we would hope to expand this to the entire county. But really just full implementation of what we have, and then continue to take examples from the field and maybe tweak it here and there.
Excellent. Captain Santos, same question to you. What are some ways you could expand or enhance the policy in San Francisco?
Well, I like to think we have a great policy here in San Francisco. One of the things that obviously we like to see more is using technology to assist the officers. As an officer can be out in the field and could be looking for a question, you know, we use our smartphones now quite readily, and they're available to them at all times to search out information that may help them resolve the situation at hand. And also, we want to track the numbers of how effective we're becoming. And we want to use that knowledge, again, to propel ourselves forward so that we can ensure the best policies implementation that we can move forward with. But also, you know, it comes down to reaching out to the communities and getting that constant feedback. That's what's most important, because what happens today sets the table for tomorrow. And as long as we're kept up to date and up to speed, not only from the street level, but all the way to the top and back to the bottom, that lets us know that we're communicating that message clearly and that we're understanding the needs and wants of all the parties involved.
Yeah, Bryce, I did have one more thought about that.
Please, yes.
When we were developing our protocol, we took a lot of advice, and a lot of our model came from the New Haven police protocol, and they had a licensed therapist riding along with their officers. And it was on our wish list that maybe our comfort place could be staffed with a therapist. Our comfort place staff, they did have trauma-informed care. So for some of these kids who may have this, you know, there's a domestic homicide or something like that, that we really need to bring out some strong support for these children, and that was on our wish list.
Excellent. And Samra, we were just asking our panelists if there's anything they could think of that would benefit the policy to enhance it or expand it. If you'd like to touch on that. Samra? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I wanted to echo, you know, the sentiments of what Jill said. I think even when we looked at the evaluations of officers of the training, again, there was concern that officers are there, you know, to make an arrest, and what additional support can be given to kids and their families. So to have additional support other than law enforcement to help families. And that I think can take a variety of forms.
Excellent. Well, that draws us to the conclusion of this session. I want to very much thank all of our panelists for joining and for the excellent presentations they gave us. We heard some very interesting themes today. I think one thing that really stuck out to me that Chief Sir had said was that officers can spend 10 minutes up front to affect someone's entire life, and that was just powerful to me to think of. And also what Chief Sir was touching on, how it's not this total revamping of police practice, it's just a slight change in how you treat people and how you work with children at the time, and it's a different mindset. And that was really interesting to me. We also heard a lot of great things from Samara and Jill about the elements that are implemented in the policies in both San Francisco and Pittsburgh. We heard about thoughtful police action, making sure to give caregivers, you know, time to work with their children, making sure that children are cared for in a comfort place, or just making sure that they have an appropriate caregiver to look after them. And I just thought that was some great things that we heard about today. What I also want to remind all of our attendees is that we'll be posting a recording of this webinar online on June 15th, so be sure to watch out for the email that we'll be sending. It's going to coincide with the release of those deliverables that I talked about earlier, a few different products that include a toolkit on arrest protocols, but some other ones which include a toolkit on family impact statements, a toolkit on family-focused jail programs, and a framework document, which we're very excited about. This webinar and the deliverables I just spoke about, I think will provide a great amount of practical information to the field. And that's really the end of our webinar here, or the session. If you all want to stay tuned, we're going to have another session coming up very soon on family impact statements, and we're going to begin that in a few minutes. So thank you again to all of our panelists and for you listening in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second session of today's webinar titled Promising and Innovative Practices for Children of Incarcerated Parents, Arrest Through Pre-Adjudication. My name is Jocelyn Fontaine, and I'm a Senior Research Associate in the Justice Policy Center at the Urban Institute, Bryce Peterson's colleague who just moderated the first session, and I want to thank you all for your interest in this webinar series. The session you're about to hear is on family impact statements, and the session we just completed was on parental arrest protocols. There will be 2 additional sessions later today following this one on family-focused jail services and successful collaboration. In this session, you will hear about the development and implementation of family impact statements in the San Francisco Adult Probation Department, as well as family responsibility training in New York State Office of Probation and Correctional Alternatives. As many of you know, the arrest, detention, and sentencing of a parent can be traumatic for a defendant's family members and in particular for their children. One practice to mitigate this trauma is family impact statements. These help to ensure that judges, probation officers, and other court actors are making sentencing or supervision decisions that are informed by the needs of the defendant's children and by the potential effect on them if their parent were to be incarcerated. Family impact statements aim to improve court decision-making processes by identifying and highlighting how incarceration or other sentencing or supervision options can affect the defendant's children. This session will be particularly useful to those of you interested in developing family impact statements in your own jurisdiction, including those of you in probation departments, as well as human service agencies, community-based organizations, and other service providers who work with probation departments. The sessions in this webinar are meant to complement some products that Urban and the National Institute of Corrections will be releasing in the next couple of weeks. In particular, my colleagues and I have developed a toolkit on family impact statements that draws on the information that you're about to hear this afternoon, as well as some interviews we conducted in San Francisco and with individuals in New York. These toolkits will be released along with the recording of today's webinar on June 15th on the Urban Institute's website. We will send an email to notify you when these are released. Please feel free to share these resources with anyone else you think might be interested in them but wasn't able to make it to the webinar today. It's important to point out that this webinar and the products that we will be releasing shortly are part of a larger and growing focus on providing services to children and families of justice-involved parents and mitigating the trauma children experience when their parents are arrested, sentenced, and incarcerated. For example, earlier this morning we heard from Mr. Crawford, who introduced this webinar series, who is part of a federal interagency working group on children of incarcerated parents. This working group began in 2011 and aims to bring together agencies across government to provide training and technical assistance to service providers, clarify and improve public policy, as well as raise public awareness of the challenges this population of nearly 1 million children face. Before we begin this session and hear from our 2 panelists, I want to discuss 2 important logistical details. First, everyone in the webinar audience is on mute, and you can also place yourself on mute if you just want to be careful if you'd like, but everyone is placed on mute. As a result of that, you will need to post your questions to the panelists, and you can do so at any point during the presentations by using the Q&A tool that's on the upper right-hand corner of your screen, and you can pose your question to the panelists with the name Urban Webinar Questions. We will collect all of the questions and read some of them aloud to our panelists at the end of the session when all of the presentations are over. We have allotted approximately 30 minutes for our questions. The session will begin with a presentation from Wendy Still, and we're going to end with a presentation from Patty Donahue. I want to remind you that all of the speakers' bios, as well as the full presentations from this session and the other 3, will be available on the Urban event website. That's urban.org/events. Again, that's all of the bios for our presenters, as well as their full presentations will be available on the website shortly after the presentations. So first we're going to begin with Wendy Still, who is a retired Chief Adult Probation Officer of the City and County of San Francisco. Wendy Still has worked in state government for over 33 years and specialized in adult and community corrections in the state of California for 22 years. Wendy Still's other experiences include developing gender-responsive, trauma-informed offender prison and community rehabilitation programs and strategic master plans designed to improve outcomes and reduce recidivism for California's offenders and parolees. We are extremely excited to hear from Wendy Still, and I'm going to turn it over to her now.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you, Urban, and let's get started. First of all, just a minute about why San Francisco was so motivated to look at all of our practices and through the lens of a family focused. I spent 27 years as a various position up through an associate director in the California prison system, where I saw families just cycle through, mothers, fathers, aunts, uncles, brothers, sisters, through that intergenerational cycle of incarceration. And so in 2010, I went to San Francisco. I was hired as the chief probation officer with a focus on breaking that intergenerational cycle of incarceration. Much of the work that I did for the prison system was related to gender-responsive practices and reforming their system, as well as looking at our visiting and policies, including that of as it relates to impacting the children. I was pleasantly surprised when I came to San Francisco to find that there was a partnership, the San Francisco Children of Incarcerated Parents Partnership. And as part of the work of that partnership, which was funded by Zellerbach Foundation, and that partnership operates under the auspice of Zellerbach, San Francisco had created a family impact statement. And we were the first jurisdiction in the nation to create this type of a statement. And it came from discussions with the partnership members, which included previously incarcerated individuals and various community groups, Sheriff's Department, Probation Department, District Attorney, Public Defender, and so on. And so the group came up with the idea of, wouldn't it be important for the court to understand what the impact is to the family members as far as the importance of the rehabilitative motivating factor, as well as looking at it from a lens of, can we come up with some alternatives? And a pre-sentence report is very important to the court because probation develops this report as an independent, objective, neutral party, and so the court relies heavily upon the recommendations from probation. As part of when information is contained in the family impact statement and the pre-sentence report itself historically has contained typical information such as criminal history, victim impact statements, social factors. But this family impact statement basically added a new component, and it told the judge basically what were the individual components of the family of that individual, so the judge could take that into mind. It also helped frame from a probation standpoint what individual alternatives could be available, rather just recommending a standard, jail, whether it be for an initial sentence or prison. The research now, we have a lot more information relative to how the family can be such an important factor. We aligned these reports with evidence-based practices, and a lot of information had been learned based upon evidence-based practices, risk assessments, and we incorporated the risk assessment into this pre-sentence report along with the family impact statement. And this was one component of a very broad family-focused probation supervision strategy. I went to San Francisco in 2010, and where myself and the department, we basically retooled the policies and procedures. Again, through funding and support from Zellerbach, we were able to partner with the UC Berkeley, and we were able to look at our policies, which were over 20 years old, very outdated, and we looked at them through the lens of a family focus, which meant every policy we had, how was it impacting the family, the children, and what did we need to do to alter that policy with the family in mind, knowing that it would benefit both the children, the other family members, and also we created partnerships with other agencies within San Francisco, such as the Child Support Department and also the local Child Welfare Agency. In doing so, we looked at what our arrest protocol was for our officers that were out in the field, looked at it from a child-friendly standpoint. We did other things such as put bags in each of the officers' vehicles that had blankets and color books and such, taking the lead from the work that was going on in the police department. How we went about implementing the Family Impact Statement was we provided our deputy probation officers a significant amount of training. Our officers received over 220 hours, and part of that, a component of that, was on the Family Impact Statement, but it also was on gender-responsive principles and practices. And we took that training, and in addition to that, we looked at the pre-sentence report itself. We reformatted it, and we included directly in there, we integrated that, not only a specific section for the Family Impact Statement, but then the recommendations that the officers would create basically took this in mind. And one specific example of that is, for example, if you had an individual, a mother, who had significant and chronic drug crimes, and she was looking at either jail or prison, instead of writing a recommendation to send her to jail or prison, where there was a good likelihood also that her child may end up in the foster care system, we had, as part of one of our other strategies, created Cameo House, which was an alternative sentencing program where a mother and 2 children up to 6 years of age could basically spend her time where she would have been incarcerated instead of jail in this house that was very treatment-oriented. There was trauma-informed services, substance abuse treatment, as well as child education, parental education, counseling, and so where it was a much more healing environment rather than sending the mother off to jail or prison and then the child being separated. Basically, taking all these facts into consideration, we would make this recommendation. But as part of that, we couldn't just do this alone. It was very, very important to work very closely with the courts and educate the judges, the district attorney, and the public defender on what our new strategies were. Again, this was part of also implementing risk and needs assessment. And so we were giving the court a full 360-degree view of the individual, the family, and what the risk and needs were of this individual. Also, the district attorney's office were doing a significant amount of work within their own shop on looking at how they were basically prosecuting. And as part of that, they created an alternative sentencing planner, and the probation department, the district attorney, the public defender's office worked very closely using these family impact statements and alternatives that were being created in the recommendations to the court, because probation can recommend, but if the district attorney and the public defender are not on board as partners, then they would be it would make it harder to implement these recommendations. So our strategy was across all criminal justice agencies. Another important part of the training was to implement, as part of our other policies and procedures, the family-focused strategies, and that included, in addition to these pre-sentence report recommendations, when there was a violation, again, taking in account what the family social factors were, and also having a quality control mechanism in place, which in San Francisco, that was the supervisor. and the supervisor looking at the recommendations and the information contained on, is the recommendation to the court consistent with the information contained, including the family impact statement, and were there other alternatives that could be recommended. But in addition to that, it's really important, being that we were the first and this was new to the officers from a quality control standpoint, to contract for an independent review in which San Francisco did and is undergoing a study right now looking at approximately 6 months worth of our pre-sentence reports to determine the quality of the reports. Is there additional training needed? If so, what type of training? And then looking at it all the way down to the individual officer level. During the time that we were implementing all of these changes, we were very fortunate to receive a significant amount of funding from the city and county to fill a number of vacancies. So we were able to hire over 35 officers. And so that influx also of new staff that had, when we recruited for these staff, we were specifically looking for individuals that had not only BA/BS degrees, but also that had experience working in mental health counseling or in a case management case worker, that really indicated that they were very interested in helping people turn their life around. And I think that that was another positive component, is that we looked at who we were selecting and who we were hiring and having that be consistent with what the new needs and expectation of the jobs were. The organizational culture, San Francisco Probation Department had been around for over 100 years. And like the vast majority of community corrections agency, they had really been focused on ensuring, terms and conditions of supervision, that the individual was in compliance. And so we had to focus our training also on changing that organizational culture. We did that through, again, revising our policies and procedures and retraining staff through the hiring of new staff, but also changing the language. Instead of referring to the individual that we were supervising as probationers or as ex-inmates, we changed the language to refer to them as clients, understanding that we had a responsibility to assist the client with their rehabilitation. We also partnered with the charter schools to bring educational component on site so that our individual clients could receive their GED high school diploma. And that was really important because the work that we did with the individual also, we saw that translated into educational focused for their children. So again, it was looking at all of our broad-based policies and really reforming our entire system. We moved our culture from a punishment focus or a violation focus to one of rehabilitation and one of a strength-based culture, and that was really important. We're creating also rewards and sanctions. And we overcame the culture or transformed it through this education, also skill building with the officers. Our training also included not only understanding the risk and needs, but also training the officers on motivational interviewing, on learning to listen to the client and what their needs were, and then also how to motivate them through their rehabilitation plans. We also created an individual treatment and rehabilitation plan where that was part of the overall transformation. Measuring and also reporting the results to our individual staff and stakeholders was very, very important. And so that the for example, at last check, our successful completion of our probation was 83%, which was phenomenal. We were also able to, during this time, because of our successful completion and changing our practices, able to reduce our overall probationers that were under our supervision by over 41%. And with this, I mean, this had a very positive aspect on it, and we looked at not just from an individual and what was going on with that client, but were we making the community safer through all of these practices? And our outcomes was demonstrating that we were. So that motivated the continuing support of the court and the district attorney and also the public defender. We'll take the results of the study that's being conducted now, and whatever the results are, we will not only advertise, but we will also make that information available to our stakeholders so they can also look at their systems and we look at our working relationships. And I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wendy. That was great, especially ending with how to overcome some of the challenges and the importance of organizational changes that are necessary for the implementation of family impact statements, which are a break from quote-unquote business as usual practices. Next, we're going to hear from Patricia Donahue, who is a community corrections representative with the DCJS Office of Probation and Correctional Alternatives. That's the Division of Criminal Justice Services. In DC, we like to use a lot of acronyms, so to break that down for you. She is responsible for juvenile justice and training at the Office of Probation and Correctional Alternatives, OPCA. And thank you, Patty, for joining us. We look forward to hearing from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Patty Donahue. I'm speaking to you from Albany, New York, from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Services. Within DCJS, I specifically work for an office called the Office of Probation and Correctional Alternatives. We oversee the 58 local probation departments in New York State, as well as some alternatives to incarceration programs and some county-based reentry task forces for those offenders coming out of prison. As an agency, we provide regulation, training, and partial funding for New York State's 58 local county probation departments, including the great city of New York, where a lot of this work has already been started. Just to give you a sense, we have about 2,500 probation officers across New York State that each are required to have 21 hours of in-service training annually. We also have about 100 to 200 new probation officers that begin the career in any given year, and they receive a 13-day 88.5-hour training within the first 6 months on the job. That's kind of where we began this family impact statement conversation. The training that probation officers receive in New York State covers all aspects of probation. In New York State, we have probation broken into 3 primary functions. That is intake, which is generally juvenile-oriented, investigations for both the family court and criminal courts, and supervision of those that are on probation supervision as a disposition. And again, this training covers both adult and juvenile aspects of the field. Excuse me. In that 13-day training that all new probation officers receive, one of the modules is specifically about pre-sentence investigations. It's a module that is preceded by a 9-hour module on how to interview using motivational interviewing styles and skills, and that segues right into the investigations module. So they learn to interview properly, and then they learn how to properly write a pre-sentence investigation for both the adult or the family court. Where this came together for us was in late 2013, two projects somewhat dovetailed. On an annual basis, we try to update one or two of our training modules each year. We have 39 total modules, and as most of you know, the field is changing by the minute, and we try to keep up with that by updating a module or two each year. So in 2013, we happened to be updating the investigations module when I was contacted by the Osborne Association, specifically Allison Houlihan and Tanya Krupat, and they wanted to talk about the concept of family impact statements and what was going on around the country, and in particular what was happening in New York City and how we could bring that to scale across New York State. So we were working on this module revisions. We started talking about family impact statements. So it kind of came together naturally. And one of the things that we discovered along the way is that what we wanted to do was not necessarily the family impact statement as a separate document that was attached to the pre-sentence investigation. We really felt like we wanted to infuse the concept throughout the pre-sentence interview and report writing. So what we did was we reached out to an organization, a professional organization in New York State called the Council of Probation Administrators. The acronym, as you know, we use a lot of them, is COPA. So COPA is a professional organization that represents the 58 probation directors that work in New York State. And we try not to make any significant changes to the training or the oversight of the field without involving COPA to the degree that we can. This is their business. They know it better than anyone. So we brought COPA in and kind of talked through it with them on how they thought it would best, how we could do this in the most seamless, best way to get it to the field. And what we concluded was that we had two challenges. One was logistical and one was philosophical. The logistical challenge was if we were going to do a family impact statement, either as an attachment to the investigation report or in the text of the investigation report, it would be very similar to what we already have in New York State by law, which is something called a victim impact statement. And so the logistical issue was not to blend those two concepts and to make sure that the offender was held accountable for their family responsibility as well as their impact on the victim. And how to do this is a delicate balance. So that was the logistical issue. And in order to add an impact statement to our report process, it would have really entailed some either statutory changes or some regulatory reform. And both of those are uphill climbs and are very challenging and take several years to do. So keeping in mind that logistical challenge and keeping in mind that we really wanted to infuse the concept into everything that we were doing around reports, we changed the name to a family responsibility statement from family impact statement. And that really helped us address both of those, both the logistical and the philosophical challenges, because if we just made family responsibility a part of every investigation that we do in the interview and the report itself, it would address the logistical in that we didn't have to do any statutory or regulatory reform. It also helped address the philosophical pushback that we thought we might encounter from the field, in that by putting a family impact statement on the same level as a victim impact statement, it would have taken away from the value of that victim impact statement and how important the victim's role is in this process. So by putting it in training and putting it in the narrative of the report, we really were able to address both of those challenges and begin to infuse it into the work that we do so that it actually becomes what we do. So how we did this is, again, we try not to do anything in New York State that doesn't involve COPA, but we also try not to do anything in New York State that doesn't involve frontline probation practitioners having a voice at the table. So we pulled together a statewide work group of probation practitioners, those people who are in the field, committed to the concept of writing good investigations, people who've been doing it a long time, people who know this work far better than I do. So we pulled together about 24 people. We met with them over the course of several months to make edit to the investigations module. And what we did was we found various places during that 8-hour module where the concept of family responsibility on the part of the offender needed to be addressed. And we really broke it down into two of the phases of an investigation in New York State. The first phase is the interview of the offender, and Wendy made reference to using motivational interview in California. We also do that in New York State. So it was important that during the interview process that the probation officer know how to use effective motivational interviewing styles and skills in order to identify for this particular offender what it is that they value. If they truly value their family, then it will come through during the interview process, and it will then be able to be carried through and written in the actual report that's submitted to the court. So using MI styles and skills, the interview with the offender was really tweaked a little bit to be more family responsibility focused. And then subsequently, with all the collateral interviews that are done to verify various pieces of information and to expand on various pieces of information. And some of those that are normal course of business are to speak with the offender's employer, with their family members, to check into any financial records they have, particularly around the issue of child support and where they are in that world. And then the second piece was during the actual development of the written report. The reports in New York State vary. They can be fairly short for misdemeanor offenses. They can be very long for felony offenses or those offenses where there's either a particularly heinous instant offense or where the offender has a particularly long legal history or social circumstances that bear out a great deal of information. So during the writing of the report, particularly in the social circumstances section, we're now teaching all new probation officers to interview with the idea of parenting and family responsibilities, to make sure to ask those questions, kind of poke a little bit further than they might have poked in the past to get really solid information in that area. Who is their family? What does the offender consider their family? Is it family by blood, family by name, family by association and relationship? Family is a very personal definition, and it's really important that the probation officer be able to identify who the offender identifies as their family and values as their family. Again, the other areas that we look at are their fiscal responsibilities, such as child support, maybe restitution, if that's going to be a part of their sentence. The other thing that we look at is any particular physical or mental health concerns that may be impacting either the offenders, impacting the family, or the families impacting the offender. All of that really rolled up together can make or break an offender's success on whatever disposition is chosen. In terms of the report recommendation, this is, like most pre-sentence investigations, the part of the report that the court is particularly interested in. It's important for probation in New York State to provide the court and any other future users of the investigation. We may be writing these for the court to make a dispositional decision, but it's important to keep in mind that many other people and public and private entities will have an opportunity to read this investigation going forward, so that the information that's in there should not only be relevant and reliable, but should address the parenting and family responsibilities of this offender. And it's important to keep in mind that the information that we provide the court in terms of the sentence isn't just about whether they go to incarceration or probation. It doesn't matter ultimately what the sentence is going to be. What matters is what impact that sentence has on the offender's responsibility to their family and their children. So we make sure that regardless of whether the sentence is incarcerative or in the community, that we speak to the impact on the children and family. And finally, we make sure that the pre-sentence investigations training focuses on the offender's family and parenting responsibilities, both financially and relationally. It's important to keep in mind that the sentence that the offender may ultimately receive, regardless of what it is going to have a residual effect on the rest of their life, fiscally, relationally, in terms of their employment or their school, who takes care of their kids, their daycare, whether they can drive, whether they're in the community, whether they're doing incarceration on weekends. All of this is going to have an impact on the family. And so one of the things that we did to roll this out is the curriculum was generally revised by the end of 2013. In February 2014, we did a webinar so that we could introduce the new module to all levels of probation at the director, the supervisor, and the frontline PO level. We wanted all staff across the state to know what the new curriculum looked like so that they would know what all their new probation officers were being trained in. So we did this introductory webinar, just kind of rolled out the concept, not hearing any major pushback from most of the probation practitioners on the webinar. We actually debuted the curriculum for the first time in our fundamentals class during March of 2014. It's subsequently been used for probably anywhere from 5 to 7 classes of about 25 probation officers each. And it's basically what we do now. We teach them how to interview and how to write a report with family responsibility being part of the focus. So it's just, at this point, it's now what we teach and it's what we do. So that brings my presentation to an end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patty. That was great. We really appreciated hearing the specifics discussed around the fundamentals of probation practice training, and also the importance of viewing defendants and their family members, particularly their children, in context, and recognizing that any sentencing or incarceration decisions will have residual effects on the individual as well as their family and their children. That was really great. So I just want to remind everybody that you still have an opportunity to gather to ask questions, which we will be gathering and posing some of them to the two panelists. I'm going to read some of the ones that we've gotten from the audience so far, which we really appreciate. So first, this would be for both of you, Wendy or Patty. The first question is about judicial buy-in. How have judges been responsive to the recommendations that have made in the family impact statements or the family responsibility statements? And also, what do district attorneys or other prosecutors think about these family impact statements or family responsibility statements? Wendy, let's just start with you, and then we can go to Patty.
Well, we were really fortunate in San Francisco as we implemented the Family Impact Statement. We also began a criminal justice system-wide project, which was called the California Risk Assessment Pilot Project, that included the judges, the district attorney, the public defender, and the sheriff's department. And so we had intensive training together for all of these agencies as we began to move all of our policies and practices to evidence or research-based policies. And so this really helped us as we began the implementation of the family impact statements. In addition to that, we were just so fortunate to have George Gascon as our district attorney, who is just amazing. And the district attorney's office is so important because if you don't want them opposing, if they're not a partner and they're opposing to the bench what the recommendations are, it is much more difficult to have the court listen and follow. And so having all four of those prime partners involved in this project was very important. Also, I think the district attorney's office hiring, as I mentioned earlier, an alternative sentence planner was very important in terms of working with our office on some of these alternatives. But again, it's that community correctional partnership that's so important because one agency can't do it alone. In addition to that, those agencies, with the exception of the court, also participated in the SF-CIP. And so Family Focus in San Francisco, as part of that Children of Incarcerated Parents partnership, I also think helped move the agencies in the direction of working collaboratively on these family impact statements.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Patty, would you like to add to that in the experience in New York?
Sure. I think ours was a little less obvious, probably to the court and to the prosecution. Our family responsibility approach was embedded in the narrative of the reports that were going to the court, so it was a little less in your face, I guess, than an actual statement document attached to the report. The other thing is, I don't think we took the approach of family responsibility really changing, although it may have on occasion, the ultimate recommendation for a sentence that the probation department would make. Our focus was more on, regardless of what the sentence is, what will the impact on the child and family be?
If I might just add to this, Wendy, is that we took a more holistic approach in terms of we looked at the actual pre-sentence, every element of it, including the family impact statement, our recommendations. We developed alternatives, and we built out programs, community assessment and service centers, these alternative sentencing programs, and trained our officers really to take all of that information into consideration and making, so we weren't just so reliant on incarceration as an only alternative. And that's why I think that we achieved such great success, is because that there were these other options that were available, and staff and the whole system was really trained on it.
Building on that question and the excellent comments to that, this is again about judicial buy-in and the role of the courts. some of the audience members were curious to hear your perspective on whether the family impact statements or responsibility statements in New York, whether they were seen as an attempt to interfere with the independence of judicial decision-making. So how are the courts expected to use the information on the family impact statements and the family responsibility statements? And again, that's a question for both of you. It's just a broader question about getting the judges on board and whether they see this as an attempt to overcome or interfere with the independence of the court. Patty, would you like to start?
Sure. I mean, I don't think that, again, I don't think that the judiciary perceives anything that the probation department would write in a pre-sentence investigation as interfering with the independence of the judiciary. Our job in the pre-sentence investigation is to gather relevant and reliable information, provide it to the court in a succinct, factual way, and draw conclusions from that to make what we believe to be objective, appropriate recommendations for sentence. Should that recommendation be in conflict with what the court ultimately does, I think it's part of the process. I think that's supposed to be the way it is.
Great, thank you. Wendy, would you like to add to that?
Well, I think the court relies upon probation, again, to be that objective, neutral party that is making recommendations based upon data and also research. You know, what do the different alternatives produce in terms of results? And I think the court was really appreciative of probation taking a larger role and helping the whole system transform. But ultimately, the judges have the ultimate authority on any decisions that they make. And I think they, more than anything, just appreciated the extra information and the objectivity and also how thorough the reports were. Because not only as New York, we have the family impact statement, but in addition to that, we weave through the entire report and the recommendation and the narrative this information. So if anything, they just saw it as a more substantive report.
Great, thank you for that. Related to this, and you started to touch on it, Wendy, with just your last comment, are there any other kind of anecdotes or data that you have from the courts or judges about whether this information was taken into account and any kind of differences they made in their sentencing decision as a result of the family impact or responsibility statements? Again, so data would be nice if you could say, you know, X% of the time they did whatever, but I know it's probably more likely that you've heard this feedback, you know, through anecdotes or specific cases. If there's just anything that you'd like to share that's particularly illustrative of how they've kind of taken your recommendations into their decision-making process, that would be great for the audience to hear. Wendy, you can start first, and then Patty, if you have something to add, we'd like to hear that as well.
Well, probation in San Francisco, we have a court oversight, and I met, as the chief, I met with them monthly, and so I received regular and ongoing feedback relative to our different practices. Family impact statement, you know, was one of them, and yes, they did value it, but I also began to see as time went on, I would actually receive a call from the judge and ask for advice as they'd looked at this and thought about this, and so that really told me that we were really having an impact when they were taking those extra steps and thinking about, well, could this work? So, but I think as much as anything, those monthly meetings that I had with them and the feedback, the positive feedback I received told me that we were on the right track.
Thank you. Patty, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I mean, I think that one of the outcomes that we were hoping for in New York State, and I can't say that I know this is happening or not happening yet, either from data or anecdotally, is that we were hoping that the expanded, as Wendy indicated, the more comprehensive reports that we would be writing by including family responsibility information would ultimately result in either you know, for probation cases, better conditions of probation, more targeted, more individualized, more focused on responsivity to the particular offender. So better conditions of probation, hopefully ending up in more successful terms of probation. And then for those cases that ultimately should be incarcerated, whether it be at a local jail level or at a state prison level, improved programming, improved communication with their family, with their children while they are incarcerated. So while I don't know that we've seen any changes in actual sentence decisions, I do think we're going to see both of those happening at some point soon.
Thank you for that. I want to move into a couple of questions about implementation. I'm sorry for the feedback there. So a few questions about implementation, and Wendy, you talked a little bit about this in the comments around the last slide of your presentation about challenges, but I want to ask both of you if you can touch on that a little bit more for our audience to hear more about any specific challenges with writing family impact statements or family responsibility statements and incorporating them into department policies and practices. Are there any specific recommendations that you have for the audience about how to overcome those challenges, ways that you got around it in San Francisco and New York State? And specifics about updating your operating, kind of like standard operating procedures and manuals, just a little bit more about specific challenges that you encountered and ways to overcome that, that you could tell the broader audience that's considering this in their own jurisdiction. Let's start with Wendy.
Well, we were, I guess I would call it fortunate in terms of when I took over in 2010, what I found is a probation department that really had not been invested in, like many probation departments in California. There hadn't been funding. And so there was a new piece of legislation called Evidence-Based Probation Supervision, SB 678, authored by Senator Mark Leno. And so that really helped change the whole outlook of what was probation there for, and also streamed funding in for the, when you reduced probation failures to state prison, there was a financial reward structure for that. And so as we received funding coming in, we also were able to develop partnerships. And that really helped change the culture, because it wasn't only the training, it was having also the funding in order to create some of these additional programs that we needed. And one of the partnerships that we created was with UC Berkeley. And UC Berkeley was that independent entity that helped us go through all of our policies and procedures from a family-focused eye. And also Zellerbach was very important, reaching out that partnership with that foundation. They also provided some additional funding for us. And so it was just because of this legislative and this whole focus in California changing the way and value of probation, really focusing on improved probation, which was driven by the overcrowding in the prison system, we were able to start at point one and look at every one of our policies. And that was very important for our transition to start all of this looking and the revising of the policies through that single lens.
Thank you. Patty?
In terms of implementation, you know, two things that I think we did well here in New York, and we don't always do it well, but two things I think we hit on during this process was to be as inclusive in a vertical way as possible. And by that I mean include your probation leaders across your, you know, your jurisdiction, and include your probation practitioners, the frontline staff that do this work. If you exclude either one of those groups, you're not going to have a smooth implementation, because you will have missed one of the big boats that you need. The other thing that I think was important to us in New York State was to maintain offender accountability to their family, to their children as part of this process. some of the initial pushback we got was, fairly snarky in that, well, the offender should have thought of their family before they committed the crime. And you know what? Yeah, they should have, but they didn't. So let's move on, and let's look at offender accountability, not just to the community, not just to their victim, but to their family, who has also been victimized by their decision to commit this offense. So staying focused on the offender accountability piece, we felt was one good way of making this more palatable to the frontline probation community.
Thank you. There's so much more that we can get into, and unfortunately we've run out of time, but thank you, Wendy and Patty, for providing so much rich information for us here at the Urban Institute and the National Institute of Corrections, but of course to everybody else who's listening into this webinar. I think I can speak only for my colleagues, but I hope the audience thinks so as well, that this has been tremendously helpful in hearing both about the organizational change and the culture change that's necessary in order to incorporate family impact or responsibility statements, as well as some of the nuts and bolts of just like the logistics of getting policy change and practical change to happen. So we really appreciated hearing about both of these things and how they're both necessary, organizational change and the logistics of actually getting this done. I hope the audience found a lot of this information useful. I just want to remind everyone that all of the information that you heard today, both the presentations with the bios of the speakers of this session as well as the 3 others that we'll have today, will be available on the Urban Institute website, as well as a full recording of this conversation if you missed any of it or if you want to disseminate it to other folks in your network. And again, that's urban.org/events. The bios, the presentations, as well as a recording of this conversation will be available there. In addition to that, we will also have a link to the products that we are disseminating as part of this project, which will include toolkits on family impact statements, family-focused jail programs, as well as arrest protocols, which are building on the information that we're talking about today, as well as other information that we've gathered in the field. And in addition to that, we will have a framework document that puts all of this information in context about caring and how do you get more energy and momentum around innovative policy and practice for children of justice-involved parents. This concludes our second session. We thank you so much for your time and attention. We're going to have about 3 to 4 minutes as we switch gears to our third session, which is going to be on family-focused jail programs. Please stay tuned. We appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the third session of today's webinar entitled Promising and Innovative Practices for Children of Incarcerated Parents, Arrest Through Pre-Adjudication. Again, my name is Bryce Peterson. I'm a research associate at the Urban Institute. I want to thank you all for your interest in this webinar series and for attending this current session, as well as for those of you who have stayed on and heard previous sessions. We're really excited to have you join us. The session you're about to hear is on family-focused jail services. We just heard from two other sessions from presenters on those sessions on parental arrest protocols and family impact statement. Then we have a final session after this that will be on successful collaboration. In the current session, you're about to hear about the development and implementation of two comprehensive family-focused jail programs, the Family Support Program in Allegheny County and One Family in San Francisco. As many of you know, parental incarceration can be very traumatic for children. The distress includes feelings of separation that a child feels when a parent is removed from the home and the trauma of seeing a parent behind bars, which is often the case in many visitation rooms in jails around the country. The Family Support Program and One Family Program both offer services to parents in jail to mitigate some of this trauma. These programs include components such as parenting classes, parent-child contact visits, and in Allegheny, phone calls during which parents are coached by staff members about how to speak with their children. The two programs each offer parents in jail a range of services that are intended to provide information to the parents and improve the relationships that they have with their children and families. This session, I believe, will be particularly useful for people who are interested in developing a family-focused jail program in their own jurisdictions, such as jail practitioners, community-based organizations working with jail administrators and jail detainees, as well as advocates and other groups. I want to reiterate that this session and this webinar are meant to complement some additional products that Urban and the National Institute of Corrections will be releasing in the next couple of weeks. In particular, we have a toolkit that's focused on family-focused jail programs, and that draws from the experiences and the information we learned about during some interviews we conducted in San Francisco and Allegheny County. The toolkits will be released along with the recording of today's webinar on June 15th on the Urban Institute website. We will send an email to all of our audience members to notify you when these are released. Please feel free to share these resources with anyone else you think might be interested in the information or who might benefit from it, and particularly those who weren't able to make it in the webinar today. It's also important for me to point out that the webinar and the products I'm talking about are not happening in a vacuum. They're part of a much larger and growing focus in the field on providing services to children and family members of justice-involved parents. For example, we heard earlier today from Mr. Crawford from the National Institute of Corrections, who introduced this webinar. He talked about his involvement in the Federal Interagency Working Group on Children of Incarcerated Parents. This working group began in 2011 and aims to bring together agencies across government to provide training and technical assistance to service providers, clarify and improve public policy, and raise public awareness of the challenges that these children face. Before we begin the session, I want to discuss a few logistical details. First, and you have probably heard this a couple times already if you've been on for the previous sessions, but you will be on mute during the entire webinar, so you won't be able to talk directly into the phone. And if you want to just make extra sure that there's no background noise, you can put yourselves on mute as well on your phone. Even though you're on mute, there's definitely going to be an opportunity for you to interact with our panelists by asking them questions. We're going to have about 20 minutes at the end of today's session, of this current session, for our panelists to respond to your questions. If you want to post questions, please use the Q&A tool that's on your webinar. You can look at it. It's on the top right of your screen. You can open that and post questions directly to the panelists with the name Urban Webinar Questions. Again, the Q&A tool on your webinar screen, and post questions directly to Urban Webinar Questions. You can post questions at any point during the current session, and we'll gather those and ask them to our panelists at the end of the session when we have time allotted for that. So next up, I'm going to be introducing our panelists. Our first panelists are Amy Kroll and Amanda Ludwig. Ms. Kroll has worked in the corrections and behavioral health field since 1982. She was a correctional officer at the State Correctional Institute at Camp Hill, Pennsylvania, and then moved on to teaching correctional officers at the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections Training Academy. In 2010, Ms. Kroll became the Administrator of Reentry Services in Allegheny County Jail, where she currently oversees all of the services that will be offered to help an offender reenter his or her community and become a productive citizen. Joining her is Ms. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig is employed by the Family Services of Western Pennsylvania as a family support specialist for their family support program in the Allegheny County Jail. For the last 10 years, Ms. Ludwig has dedicated her professional life to serving, empowering, and advocating for individuals who face overwhelming odds. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to them now. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amy Kroll. I'm with Allegheny County Jail.
And I'm Amanda Ludwig with Family Services of Western PA.
We're going to begin our presentation by talking about what we've done in Allegheny County in the last 5 years. In 2009, we actually received the Second Chance Act grant and at the same time the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation grant. With that, we began to work hand in hand with the Department of Human Services to look at the impact that families had when their individual went into jail. So at first, we went out into the Pittsburgh community and did focus groups. We learned a lot from those focus groups on what happens to children when their loved ones, their parent, comes into jail. Secondly, we ran focus groups in the jail looking at what the inmates thought the impact was on their family when they were in the jail. Out of that, we also then spoke with 10 different foundations in the Pittsburgh community led by Parent and Child Guidance Foundation. They gave us feedback. And again, like I said, when we secured the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation grant, we actually decided to do something in the jail. So with the development, we did 3 major things. First, we built the reentry center in the jail. We took an old library and converted it into classrooms. Secondly, we contracted with a family serving agency, which was Family Services of Western PA, and they in turn then hired staff to work in the jail. But also, we decided to look at an array of services for inmates in the jail. So we decided that our focus population would be inmates that were serving a sentence in Allegheny County Jail anywhere between 1 year less 1 day to 2 years less 2 days. From there, those inmates would then receive a total array of services that would hopefully help them re-enter the community successful. But more importantly, we were looking at, how this was going to impact their family.
So as the family support program was brought into fruition, the strategy was for reducing the harm to children from parents' repeated incarceration. And so the strategy became to build a strong reentry program, as Amy said, so that parents in the jail are able to develop the skills and rebuild trust to gain the family support that they need to establish stable lives for themselves and their children. Obviously, the goal became to repair and strengthen the bond between families and reduce the amount of children affected by parental incarceration by reducing recidivism rates. Our target is for mothers and fathers who have the greatest likelihood of returning to jail without support, treatment, or other help. The key components that we address in our program are they begin with parenting classes that we offer to both the males and females, obviously on separate days in separate places. And through those parenting classes, we address all different kinds of, of parenting skills, from childhood development to discipline to being able to coordinate care with the caregivers or child welfare agencies. And for the parenting classes, we use gender-specific, evidence-based curriculum that has been known to work specifically with the incarcerated population. We also have offered relationship classes to address relationship skills, not only between the parents and children, but obviously also between their loved ones, and helping them to understand conflict resolution skills and different things of that nature. As they go through both the parenting and relationship classes, they're able to earn weekly facilitated phone calls. Those phone calls are free to the inmates and to the families, because we found that the cost for phone calls is very hard on families, obviously, and so we wanted to provide a 15-minute call once a week. Through those calls, they are facilitated by the family support specialists, and we help them to navigate any difficult conversations and help to model appropriate parenting and relationship skills. We also offer monthly contact visitation with children and families So as they go through the class, they become eligible for a monthly contact visit. Those contact visits for us happen the third Saturday of every month, and they consist of the families coming into a large room, and each family has their own separate space with a child-friendly rug and age-appropriate games and toys where they're able to interact on a child's level to help rebuild the bond and also to eliminate some of the tension of the incarcerated environment. And then also, as Amy said earlier, with the array of services, we also coordinate services with other services in the jail and in the community. As you can see, we offer many different options to help build all of the skills of the inmates to prepare them for reentry.
Some of the objectives, the 4 key objectives for the program was we were trying to reduce the number of children who experience reincarceration of their parent. We know the trauma and separation a child goes through when their parent is no longer in the home and has been incarcerated. Also, with that time, we know that for very young children, the amount of time that an individual is in the jail, it can seem like a lifetime. So we are trying to strengthen those bonds between the parents and their children by doing the phone calls and the visits, but also just being able to have a parent play with their children for an hour, it's just incredible to see. Also, by stopping the recidivism of those parents, we knew that it would reduce the chaos and upset that a child experiences in the home. And then lastly, by helping families, one community at a time, one family at a time, get the services that they need in their home, we knew that it would begin to strengthen those individuals and support those individuals as they reenter the community. Lastly, and this is the toughest part, starting a family support program in a jail that has always had only window visits was very difficult. During this first 3 years that we started this program, we went through 6 wardens. So every time a new warden took position in the jail, we had to re-explain what we were doing. Second of all, it is a jail, and our jail has come from a background of being very punitive or sort of lock the door and throw away the key. So it was very difficult to do the cultural change in our jail, to help the officers and some of the staff understand that 98% of these people were going to go home, and they were going home to our neighborhoods. So it took a long time to help the officers understand that strengthening the bonds between an incarcerated parent and their children could only benefit the community. So that cultural change took a long time, especially because the first contact visit we had only one family do the contact visit, and they sent down 3 officers to do 4 little kids and a parent. So it was quite overwhelming. Thirdly, the program structure. Again, to have inmates, we're a high-rise institution, so we actually have 16 floors in our jail, and it's in the form of a high-rise where the higher the security level is, the higher they are in our building, and the lower level that you're on, the less security. So in order to get inmates down to classes, it takes elevators moving and everything else. So that was very difficult. Secondly, to get officers and administration to understand that we were taking inmates off of several different floors and they were all coming down to class together was another part of that. And then lastly, to have 45 inmates, families come into our jail for a contact visit, which means you're not sitting at a table and you only have 2 visitors. That means if you have 6 children and a caregiver, your caregiver and 6 children are coming in. They're sitting on your little family rug, like the rug that you would buy for your, your kids in your house that have the little towns on it, and that they would be able to play with toys was a very huge cultural change and structure change to our jail. But we saw that in the middle of one of these visits, after we had months upon months of these visits, because our contact visit is the third Saturday of every month. I actually had to step up to several officers that were in our visit for security to say, no, you can't throw that football with that bunch of little kids. So we saw a huge paradigm shift from the officers that really began to embrace the visits and really saw that the visits were good for their families instead of them seeing it as a total security risk with contraband coming into the building.
And finally, one of the challenges from the perspective of really working with the families is just the reluctance that some of them have, not only to bring their children into the jail, but also to re-engage with their loved ones. Obviously, doing the work that we do, there are challenges that these families are facing, and many of the men and women that are here have broken trust with the family and have disappointed families due to the choices that they've made. And so some of them are very reluctant to engage out of concern for the children, but also out of concern that it won't have an impact on and change the individuals that are here if they allow that visitation to happen. And so for the family support specialists, part of our role is to contact the families and the individuals and really just hear them out and help them process what they've been experiencing and the challenges that they're facing on the outside, and providing that support and being creative about the way that we allow families to come back together. I know for some of our clients, it's taken months of the family member just calling the parent and talking with them and rebuilding that trust before they would allow them to talk to the children. And so sometimes it's being creative about how we do the phone calls and the visits and helping the families to cope where they're at individually.
So lastly, through the classes, through the coach phone calls, and through the visits, we are seeing families begin to repair. But I wanted to leave you with this picture. When we first started all these visits, and we would open up the door where the individuals, the family members were coming from the outside to come into our contact visiting room, you would see the families come in with much, much trepidation of what they were entering because they were used to sitting behind glass and talking to their loved one. But now, after the third or fourth month of these once-a-month visits, you see the door open up and little kids, little boys and girls go running in, screaming their mom and dad's name and then running into their arms. And it was pretty difficult to see a lot of grown men begin to cry as their sons and daughters ran to them yelling daddy or mommy and jumping into their arms. So from where it first began, where they were afraid to even talk to their parent, and then knowing that their child identifies them as their parents and really loves them and can't wait to see them is a very different change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amy and Amanda. That was excellent. It was great to hear about all the components to your program in Allegheny County that are aimed at strengthening the bond between families and reducing the amount of children that are negatively impacted by parental incarceration. It was particularly interesting to hear about, I think the words you used were a huge paradigm shift, and that's great to hear. I think that's encouraging for us to hear, as well as hopefully for our audience members. And then the image you left us with of the children running into the visiting room after kind of switching their whole image of what a visitation with their family members would be, that was excellent. So again, thank you. I want to introduce our next panelist. Next up, we're going to hear from Sarah Carson. She's the program director of One Family, which is at Community Works West in San Francisco, or the Bay Area, I should say, because I think they're actually located in Oakland. Ms. Carson draws from 20 years of treating children with disenfranchised loss, including youth in foster care, international refugee camps, and child trafficking victims for Scotland Yard. Her work with One Family involves clinical design and implementation, and she supervises the day-to-day operations of the program that serves 3 county jails and 2 county-run reentry probation departments. Thank you for joining us, Sarah. I'm going to turn the mic over to you now.
Thanks, Bryce. My name is Sarah Carson, and I'm a clinical social worker out of San Francisco. I got into this work because in 2007, I was working in a high-crime area of Boston as a police station-based social worker. My job was to meet with and provide counseling to the young people who were arrested on major charges. Late one Friday night, I had a 14-year-old come into the station after he was arrested for stealing a $500 cell phone directly in front of a uniformed police officer. While the officer was trying to locate a family member, I met with him in his cell, and I let him know we'd be bringing him to juvenile hall if we couldn't locate his grandmother that night. I checked in to see if he was okay, and then I asked if he had a question for me, and he became really tearful, and he said to me, well, am I going to sleep in the same bunk as my dad tonight, or does that come later? I said, what do you mean? And he told me about this movie he'd seen where people shared bunks in prisons with people who had the same last name. And he looked at me and he said, I thought if I came to jail, I'd finally get to be with my dad, and maybe we could have a sleepover. I knew then that I had to find a way to allow children and their parents to be together and really talk. 3 years later, I found my home at Community Works, which is an organization that helps heal the impact of incarceration on families and their children. Sorry, here we go. One Family is a comprehensive therapeutic contact visiting program for kids and their parents in the San Francisco jails, or also throughout California. It took us a long time to become what I'm about to describe to you today. So if you're listening to this and you have no program for children in place, take heart. It took 10 years to get to what I'm about to describe. I'm going to start in 2007 when we started with a grant from the Zellerbach and a few other family foundations. This allowed us to start a small pilot project. And after 6 years, we were awarded a large multi-year grant to provide the services by the San Francisco Sheriff's Department. We're now operating in prisons throughout California. We're so grateful to the San Francisco Sheriff's Department, and we wouldn't exist without their financial resources, but also they've provided institutional partnership that's invaluable. If there's 2 things I want you to take away from this presentation, it's visiting helps. It helps parents by giving them hope in the future, by creating a relationship that's healing to them and also deeply needed by another person. And also children's experiences of loss and trauma are decreased by being able to see that their parent's safe and ultimately still cares about them. We have 3 real separate program components in One Family. Everyone participates in this first circle, parenting education. We use a curriculum called Parenting Inside Out, which is a 50-hour curriculum designed to teach parenting to incarcerated people. At One Family, we really emphasize the emotional literacy component. I like to say it's therapy disguised as classes, because really what they are is psychodynamically oriented groups where people discuss their own families of origin, maybe the legacy of addiction and how it's played a role in their life. But because it's a group, we allow people to dip in and out of looking at their work while also keeping in mind the very real context of a jail, where self-disclosure and deep trauma work isn't really safe or clinically indicated. We coach our parents to be restorative and face the impact their choices have had on their children. We let parents know that they need to be able to answer questions from their children about why they're in jail in order for them to be a part of our visiting program. So some parents elect to be a part of the Parent-Child Contact Visiting Program. We know that the only way soft skills can take root is with practice and lots of support. In the visits, kids ask really hard questions. We had an 8-year-old girl ask recently, why do you want to live here with these people and not with us at home anymore? I once heard a 4-year-old ask his dad, are you going to a lightning chair? I stopped and helped the dad understand that the child had seen a cartoon and helped him assure his child he was not facing the death penalty. Our staff is scattered throughout the visiting room, and we're there to support parents as they take accountability and apologize for the fear and loss their children are experiencing. It's this ownership that often starts them on the path of more global insight and responsibility into their own criminality. We also have fun in the visits. There's lots of games and doll houses and art projects. We have places for kids to sit on their parents' lap and be held, which is really everyone's favorite. Parents routinely say to us that their time with their child is the only time in the week where for 1 minute I forget and I feel free. Because of this feeling, they respect our program and the staff. Lastly, we do offer some individual support. That's where we meet privately with clients. We have a large population of both men and women who experience sexual abuse as children, and for that work, we offer one-on-one processing, not in a group setting. I'd like to give you a little bit of a sense of how a parent accesses our services. We have people in our jail that have been there for 5 years, so they may stay at one of these levels for quite some time and really be a part of our program. So when you get arrested in San Francisco and it's determined that you're going to stay for a while, you're put in something called the orientation housing unit. We go there and we announce our services. We especially reach out to parents who were with their children at the time of their arrest. Earlier this morning, you heard our Chief of Police, Greg Sir, talk about the time of arrest protocols. At one family, we gather feedback on how those protocols are going, and we lead them back to the policymakers. So once the parent self-selects to be part of our program, that's the second one down, they send us a request through jail mail called an action request. We then go and do an intake, which is essentially a clinical interview where we screen for major mental health issues. We also talk with them about their intention and capacity to be appropriate in both our classes and the visits. We also screen for any CPS involvement. Once they do that, they're a member of our class, and the classes meet weekly in the jail. And after participating in just one class, they can ask to be part of the visiting program. It's at this point where we submit something to our classification unit, who screens the parent for any safety issues that may be in play. So either the parent is approved or they're denied. The reason they might be denied would be a restraining order against the named child who wants to come and visit, any child endangerment charges, or in some cases, if there's a teenager who is a co-defendant, they're unable to visit. This next slide highlights 3 really unique components of our program I'm really proud of. The first is something called Goodbye Visits, and we've just started this pilot program. Families are offered 3 private one-on-one visits that lets the parent tell their child about a prison sentence. Our staff is in the room and helps them tell kids in a way that they can make sense of. So for example, if the child's in the 3rd grade and dad has been given a sentence of 8 years, he might say, "I will be home by the time you are in the 11th grade, like your cousin Bobby is now." And the second visit, they plan for how they want to stay connected. In California, prisons are over 800 miles from children. So we encourage families to be realistic about how often they're going to be able to visit, but to really engage in letters and phone calls that can feel meaningful. On the last visit, we provide some gifts to parents to give their children that really serve as transitional objects, such as glow-in-the-dark stars for their bedroom ceilings, special books which emphasize the parent-child connection no matter where people are, and lastly, we take a photograph for both the child and the parent to have. Next is our Child Protective Services collaboration. It's really the part of One Family I'm most proud of. This country has seen an increase in the termination of parental rights of 250%. At One Family, we have a focused staff member who's funded by the Human Service Agency of our county. And this person is funded to work directly with incarcerated parents. She does 3 really important things. She does separate visits that she reports back to CPS. This allows the parent and child to connect, sometimes for the first time since the parent was arrested, but it also allows us to evaluate for the appropriateness of the child being reunited with the caregiver. It's typical for parents and CPS to be asked to write safety plans. Our staff helps parents write about what changes they've made and describe their capacity to make better decisions in the future. Lastly, because we're right there in the jail, we can conduct family-finding interviews with the inmates about what family member could take the child. This allows them to be placed with a relative care provider rather than a stranger of foster care. We also do something for Mother's Day and Father's Day because we know that that's the time that people feel especially stigmatized and left out. There's 3 components or 4 components I want to talk to you about and would recommend any program have. The first is consistency on all levels for all parents on both sides of the wall. We let them know that rules are important and how you behave ultimately affects how your child will be served in this life. The next is how we search kids. Every jail or prison is concerned with contraband, so searching kids will always be asked of you. And at One Family, we do that searching. We look in every pocket, in every shoe, but we also do it in a really child-friendly way. So if a little kid has a front pocket on his search, we say, I think I saw a mouse in there. Can you open it? We have developed great protocols with the San Francisco Sheriff's Department, and our protocols state that sworn staff will not touch, carry, search, or oversee children. The sworn staff does, however, accompany us as we transport the children through the jail to their visiting room, which is a classroom. They announce over the radios, One Family on the move. This stops all movement in the jail until we're in the designated classroom. Sworn staff are not in our room during the visits. It's an amazing privilege, and it's essential for the inmates and children to feel a sense of safety and vulnerability. Another protocol I'm really proud of states that parents will not be handcuffed in front of their children whenever possible. We are on camera everywhere in the jail. If you're running a program, you also need to take responsibility for safety and security. We don't allow inmates to use the bathroom while they're visiting with their children. We have a staff member who's at the diaper changing station. We're close enough to listen, but we don't intrude. These are challenges I think everyone will face throughout the country. We wish we could give the parents on the outside of the jail the same support we give our parents inside. We just don't have the capacity to serve all of those people. Ultimately, jails are political environments. You're going to have elections, promotions, and shift changes. It's all part of jail culture. So I recommend writing great protocols so that no matter who's in place, your program will thrive. Space is always a big deal in jails. Is there a room that's used Monday through Friday as an office? Can you transform it into a visiting room for Saturdays? Think about that. If you're starting a program in your own town, I have some advice. It starts with a name. Don't end your names. Don't start your group with something called End Jails Now, but pick something that law enforcement will join. Pick something apolitical that puts children at the forefront and partnership at the core. When you're starting an organization in your town, think about the mission, not your specific organization. Try to have humility and not worry about your brand. Trust each other and don't try to control it. Don't really worry about who's getting the credit. In fact, let the department take credit for the thing they're doing. They're going above and beyond their mandate, and that takes real leadership and strength. Also, support. You have to offer one-on-one supervision to your staff. They're going to hear very traumatic content in the course of teaching classes and during the visits. But it's important for them to have a place to process their own reactions so that they can maintain professional boundaries and longevity in this field. This requires a licensed clinician who's familiar with the concepts of secondary trauma. I always say be very purposeful in your hiring. At Community Works, we prioritize hiring staff that are both intimately connected with incarceration. We have staff who are born in jail. We like to hire formerly incarcerated mothers and fathers, but it's also crucial that people have enough distance and perspective from their own trauma to be able to approach the work without being triggered. Your staff must have great capacity for attention to detail and ability to collaborate with law enforcement. Really, your work should be beyond reproach. I recommend doing less in the beginning and doing it perfectly. People need to understand the tremendous responsibility guards have for the safety and security of their facility. I recommend that everybody stay tuned for Nell Bernstein. I think she's talking in a half an hour. She was really one of the people that began the collaboration in San Francisco that made One Family possible. Lastly, I want to leave you with 2 youth in our program who visited their parents and found it really made all the difference. And with that, I'm really happy to take questions, either here or people can contact me offline. I think my email is in the first slide. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sarah. With that note, I just want to say one more time, we got a few questions about will the slides be posted online. Yes, they will. We will send out an email to all the audience members at the conclusion of this within the next few days. We will send you an email with a link to where you can find all the slides. Just for your reference, it'll be on urban.org/events. So look out for that. We'll post the slides along with the recording of this webinar, and eventually we'll post a link to some products that we're producing that are related to this webinar. So again, thank you, Sarah. That was so great. It was great to hear about all the components in San Francisco that you have. I particularly liked when you talked about the crucial components and about consistency, searching with care, transporting control, and safety and security. And the great news about how that led to now one family is allowed to be in the room alone with the children, and so there's no staff in the room. I think that's a tremendous accomplishment. That's probably not replicated in very many other places in the country. What we want to do now is open it up to questions. So for all of you audience members, again, we've received several through the question and answer tool. If you have other questions you want to ask either of our panelists, I encourage you to now go ahead and open up the Q&A tool and submit questions. You can email them directly to the webinar presenter who's titled Urban Webinar Questions. So again, just submit it directly to that presenter and we'll make sure to read them out loud to our presenters as we go forward. So to begin, I think this is a good question for either one of you, but I'll have Sarah respond first if that's okay. The question is, how do you address concerns about the possible trauma children may experience when they enter a jail? I think a lot of what you talked about touched on this, but if you want to expand on that a little bit, that'd be excellent.
Sure. You know, we really put that question in the caretaker's hands, and is this something you think that would be helpful? I tell families, seeing your parent and that they're okay and having an honest conversation with them is so important, and it's so much more helpful for kids to see what's really true, because what they make up in their mind about what's happening to dad or mom can be really frightening. And letting them see and have an open, transparent conversation is a good start to their relationship that will live really for the rest of the child's life.
Okay. And so it's one thing that we've heard in our own work, and I've read in other places. For example, when a child is in foster care or in social workers' care, and they're tasked to bring that child in to visit their parent while they're in custody, there's this perception that I think that's somewhat pervasive in the field that when you bring a child into a facility, no matter what the context is, it can be very traumatic for them and have bad implications for their school performances or their emotional behavioral problems. What are some ways specifically that one family tries to mitigate those concerns and address the needs of their children so that when they come into a jail, it's not as traumatic as it might be in a typical type of visitation environment?
Sure. So our room, we have the visits in a room that's actually dedicated to the high school that's there in the jail. So it's the classroom our visits are every Saturday. We go very early in the morning, and we really transform the space. So it's very child-friendly. And as we meet them in the lobby and walk them back to that room, I have 7 staff members, many of whom have degrees in child development. A lot of them are licensed social workers. And we have all kinds of little toys and games and routines that we do. There's special songs we sing in the elevator. There's special games we play as we walk through. And really, they support each other as they walk. And then once they're actually in the space, it doesn't feel any different from really like one of those places at a mall where parents go to hang out with their kids with those bubble things. Like it's all very child-friendly and feels really normal. The only thing that feels different is that all the moms and dads are dressed in orange. And what we hear from parents is that once my child had a visit, his nightmares stopped. He was better able to eat. He was better behaved in class. I think when you're able to really speak to children's psychic injuries and pains and let them know that things are okay, they ultimately calm down in all areas of their lives.
Great, thank you. Amy and Amanda, did you have anything to add to that about what's going on in Allegheny County and some specific measures or steps you take to address the concern that parents or social workers or other people might have of the trauma that children experience when they enter a facility?
Yeah, I agree with Sarah that a lot of it has to do with the preparation that the children go through and providing caregivers with resources to adequately discuss, what's happening to the children with the parents. So part of doing that is, we send out packets of information and talk with the families about how it might impact the child. and encourage them to have a conversation with them. And if they have concerns about that conversation, we, model that conversation. Or here are some things that you can say. Here are some things that you can do to help your child feel more comfortable. A lot of children like Sarah said, have a lot of ideas in their head about what is happening to their parents based on what they're seeing on television. And so some of it is re-educating the children, obviously, to what that really looks like. And I am always encouraging the parents on our end to reinforce that they're safe, and that to the children when they're talking with them on the phone, that they're safe and that they're, feeling loved, that they love them, and if they have questions, that they'll answer those questions. So a lot of times the bonding and the relationship that the parents and the children have is really what creates more safety psychologically than the external things. Now, we do also have some external things available when you come in the entrance of the Allegheny County Jail. We have a child activity center where there are individuals from Carnegie Library of Pittsburgh to facilitate activities and things like that to take away from the environment of the jail. And then they also sing songs and read books and do activities with them as the parents are leaving the contact visits to try and help that transition, because that can be one of the most traumatic moments for the children, having to separate from their parents again.
Great, thank you. Shifting gears a little bit, we've received a few questions from different audience members about curricula, so I'm just going to read a few of them out loud, and then I'm going to let you, Sarah, answer first if you can, and then followed up by Amy and Amanda. So the questions are, what sort of curriculum do you use for mothers and fathers in your jail? Are they unique to, or what makes them unique for this population? Are they evidence-based? And I'll stop there for now. So it's 3 questions.
They are. We use Parenting Inside Out, which anyone can just Google and find. It is evidence-based. Eric Holder is a big fan, and it does work for men and women. I think certain lessons in the curriculum resonate more for men versus women, but that's the curriculum we use, and we offer it inside the jail, but we also offer it in some out-of-custody settings. So if they begin the process with us when they're inside, they're able to keep attending the classes outside. This is especially useful for folks who have CPS mandates for parenting. There isn't a lot out there for parenting for people who are incarcerated. So we have this special program that they may start when they're inside, but they may want it outside too, so they can come to different probation offices throughout San Francisco and keep engaging in that work until they graduate. Like I said, it's 50 hours to graduate.
Thank you. Amy and Amanda, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, we use curriculum from the National Fatherhood Initiative. They have two options. One is Inside Out Dad, which is what we use on the inside, and then another is 24/7 Dad, which is often used for men reentering the community, and that is evidence-based and it's gender-specific. For the women, we use a curriculum called Parenting from the Inside, Making the Mother-Child Connection. That curriculum is very new and is evidence-based, and it has been developed by Ann Booker-Loper at the Curry School of Education, the University of Virginia. Initially, when we were doing the search, weren't able to find a gender-specific evidence-based curriculum very easily, and that is something that we have found and has been very successful because it's very new and very relevant, to the current population. And both curriculums address, as I said in the webinar, really parenting skills, but also address very current things like how to have a conversation on the phone or during visits, with the children being removed from them. So that's why the curriculum is called Parenting from the Inside, because it's not only talking with them about parenting you know, while they're with them on the day-to-day, but also how to handle the separation. And we use a lot of cognitive behavioral therapy group skills to discuss a lot of those things.
Great, thank you. Another question we received was, are you using any other technology, such as video visitation, to reduce the hardships of families traveling long distances to see their family member incarcerated? And Amy, I guess, Amy and Amanda, we can start with you both, and then we'll ask Tanya the same question.
I'm sorry, Bryce, could you repeat the question?
Sure. So the question is, are you using any other technology, such as video visitation, to reduce the hardships that families experience when they have to travel long distances to see their family members incarcerated?
We have entertained that, even to the point of where we have the equipment for it, but when we talked to a child therapist and other individuals, they really felt that touch is really important. We have talked to families about, do they need funding, do they need a bus ticket to get up here because of wanting to be able to have people be able to touch and hug their kids. So we've been going back and forth with the administration here because, again, when we first came in, they were talking about getting rid of all visits and everything going to video visits in another building way far away from our jail. And when they went out to the public, there was sort of an outcry of they still wanted the window visits if they could have it. But again, after talking with a child therapist, she talked about how important touch is, and that's when, again, 4 years ago, we sort of went toe-to-toe with the administration about having these contact visits and how being able to sit and play with your child was so much more important than, you know, newer technology like video visits. I do know that our state prison system uses those video visits.
Great. And Sarah, same question to you. Are there other, and it doesn't have to just be video visits, I guess, but are there any other sorts of programs or technologies that you reduce or that you use to reduce some of the hardships of these families when, you know, they have to travel long distances sometimes to get to the San Bruno facility, for example, in San Francisco, yeah, or any other facilities?
Of course. I mean, I want to also say that I'm actually, we really are, as a program, against video visiting for children. We know that so much communication happens with children and bonding that's not verbal, and technology just can't reproduce that for kids. And because they have so much magical thinking, they do need to touch their parents and know that they're okay. We don't really, certainly we do try to offer bus tickets, and sometimes for some families it can be $28 to get from where they live to our jail, which is located in an inconvenient place, which is actually south of San Francisco. So people aren't traveling, some people are traveling all the way from Sacramento or a town called Stockton, so they may get up at 3 in the morning to get to the visit in time. But the fact that they do that lets us know that actually their child being able to touch the parent is what's so important to them. So no, we don't really do any other technology other than what we do. I'm really impressed by Allegheny, and those coached calls sound really, really fascinating. It's something I would love to explore.
Bryce, I failed to mention one other thing. We do have family members whose children are in what a program called the Children's Institute. These children have multiple disabilities, and we have just recently had a conversation with them to do a video visit. These are children that have autism, children that are in wheelchairs with a lot of physical disabilities that could not come into the jail just because of where they're at the Children's Institute. They are hooked up to machines. So we have talked, and again, they'd be visits maybe once or twice, a phone call a month, but that we could Skype with their children because their children are in these programs that they cannot come into the jail. and especially in 2 cases we're looking at where the individuals have severe autism, and just coming in under these fluorescent lights would bother the children. So we are trying to look at how these parents can get a visit with their children. So in those cases, after talking with the child therapist that we talk with all the time, she was like, that would be wonderful because they would have a chance to visit with their parents.
Excellent. I have a few more questions. We do have a little bit more time left. Another question received from the audience was, can you talk about any success stories that have come from either program? For example, has it reduced recidivism rates, or have you noticed any sort of positive benefits directly for the children? Are those things that you measure or any data that you collect on it? Sarah, if we could begin with you, that'd be great.
I wish I had more to say to this question. We're just going to start practicing tracking program results. We're designing a new database now. Ultimately, like I said, one of our biggest challenges is we really don't have the follow-through once people get out, and we would so much like to do that. And so I think we're in the process of really designing how would we encourage people to stay in touch a year out, 2 years out. When we ask people to come back and continue the classes, they're not very well attended because, frankly, people don't want to return to the site of their trauma, right? And so if we wanted them to come back and keep doing the work in the classes in our out-of-custody facilities, it's really difficult to get them to do that. And that makes sense, but how do we track and know what we're doing works? Mostly it's anecdotal, but we know that children benefit from knowing that their most important loved one is okay. And we also partner with an organization, or we're in the same organization as Project What, which is an organization for teenagers who've been affected by parental incarceration, and they give us so much feedback about what visits meant to them and how that really made a difference to them in terms of their ultimate success in life.
Great, and Amy and Amanda, would you like to add anything about what's going on in Allegheny? I know you could also mention, for example, the Urban Institute report.
You took the words out of my mouth, right? 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago now, the Urban Institute was probably 2.5 years ago, they studied our program, and actually one of those components of the program was our family support program. They studied the whole program of reentry, but did find a 24% reduction in recidivism rate, but they specifically actually took a look at the family support part of it. So it was exciting that they held focus groups with some of the parents on how this program, you know, impacted their lives and how it helped them and their loved one to stay out of jail.
Yeah, and when you ask about success stories, there was I mean, I have many stories actually, but one that comes to mind is that there was a woman who had been disconnected from her children for 2 years, and when she came to jail, obviously she got sober and realized, you know, how much she was missing and how much it was impacting them to not have her be a part of their life. And she was one of the individuals who we had to be really creative with reunifying and reconnecting the families. And so for about 6 months, every week, she faithfully called the father of her children and talked with him, and they, you know, worked through some things. Those phone calls are only 15 minutes long, but it's amazing how much healing can come, you know, just through that little bit of contact. And as time went on, he began to soften and feel that she was making good decisions while incarcerated, which may sound silly, but there are inmates who choose to become involved in programs and are really genuine, and there are others who don't. So it does mean something for the parents to be involved in the way that this particular woman was. And after about 6 months, as I said, she was able to reunify by phone with her children, and then she also had a contact visit. And it really gave her the grace and mercy and forgiveness to really want to stay clean and to really want to make different decisions in her life. And I know since, you know, that since she has moved on from the jail, she did step down. She went to a 3/4-way house, and she went to a halfway house, and the last I heard, she is doing really well and has reunified with the family. So there are a lot of stories like that I have that really, you know, the program makes a difference, not just from the perspective of statistics, but for generations.
Thank you for that. We are running out of time with questions. There's one more thing I wanted to ask, but I'm going to ask for you both to give me kind of quick answers if you can, and to put you on the spot a little bit. So one big issue that we know you all have encountered is funding. If there are 2 things you could do to add to your program that you think would enhance it even more, what are those 2 things you could do? Sarah, I'm going to start with you, and then we'll end with Amy and Amanda.
I wish I could offer the same classes that I'm teaching folks on the inside to their counterpart on the outside. Surely those parents are really struggling with having a child that's been affected by trauma. And I would also be able to offer some stipends for families to be able to get to their visits, even if it was just a matter of paying for their bus ticket. For some folks, $22 is all of their discretionary income for the month, and it feels too bad that we're located so far and they need to take 2 or 3 buses to get to where our jail is.
Trauma, trauma, trauma. I think one of the most important things that we do not offer in this jail and that we are looking at offering is trauma-informed care for men and women, just to be able to help them understand that they have been impacted by trauma in their life. We don't want to offer trauma treatment. We just want to offer groups or classes to help them understand that trauma has affected their lives and where they can go on the outside to get treatment. So I think I'll let Amanda answer the other one, but I know we need to provide trauma in our jail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree absolutely with the trauma, and also having continuation of services. I think when our program initially began, we were able to follow the men and women up to a year after release. And as of now, we've only been able to follow them for 30 days. And being able to follow them for a longer period of time really helps provide them the support and the continuation of care that they really need to succeed, because it takes a long time, years really, to overcome a lot of the challenges that they're facing, and to have that continuation of support is really, really important.
Thank you both. Thank you, everyone. That was excellent. Unfortunately, we don't have time to answer everyone's questions, so thank you all to all the audience members for submitting those questions. I think that sparked a really interesting conversation. Again, I just want to reiterate, if you want to follow up with either one of these panelists, you can email them. Their emails were at the beginning of these slides. I also want to state, just so everyone knows, again, we will be posting these slides online. We're going to post it with a recording of the webinar, and we're also going to have links to the toolkits and the framework document that we discussed earlier. Those are all going to be posted online. We'll be sending an email to remind you when those are up online to all the audience members, all the webinar attendees who signed up and who are listening right now. And that will be coming around June 15th. So that's going to conclude this session. We do have one more session for this webinar. It's going to be on successful collaboration. We're really excited about that session like we are with all the others. It's going to be great. We're going to be back on in about 2 minutes to begin that session. So thank you again for everyone.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. This is the fourth and final session on successful collaboration for the webinar titled Promising and Innovative Practices for Children of Incarcerated Parents, Arrest Through Pre-Adjudication. I just want to thank you, those of you who have joined us since 12:30. Thank you so much for your interest and participation in this webinar. We've received really positive feedback on this, and again, we appreciate your attention to these issues. My name is Jocelyn Fontaine. I am a Senior Research Associate in the Justice Policy Center at the Urban Institute, and I am part of a team here at Urban that has been working on this project in partnership with the National Institute of Corrections, trying to bring attention to this issue on promising and innovative practices for kids with justice-involved parents. This final session really wraps up things that we've heard about throughout this afternoon. We've heard a lot about collaboration and coordination and how to bring disparate stakeholders to the table to bring about changes in policy and practice. So we're really excited for the two speakers that we're going to hear from in a second to give us a better understanding of how you bring people together in a collaborative way to focus on kids with justice-involved parents. So you're going to hear from two individuals who are well known among practitioners and researchers alike for their influential efforts to raise awareness about children of incarcerated parents, to mobilize disparate stakeholders to collaborate and effect change to improve the lives of children and families of justice-involved parents. The purpose of this session is to discuss concrete ways in which you can learn from their experiences and how to collaborate with a wide range of stakeholders with the ultimate goal of improving the lives of kids impacted by parental criminal justice involvement. As you all know, the arrest, detention, and sentencing of a parent can be traumatic for children, with millions of children affected by parental involvement in the justice system, from arrest through pre-adjudication. The time is ripe for collaborative partnerships that can mitigate this trauma for these kids. Successful collaboration is often critical to the success and sustainability of any policy or practice, particularly the policies and programs we heard about today in earlier sessions, such as parent at arrest protocols, family-focused jail services, and family impact statements. We hope that this session will have broad appeal to those interested in changing policy and practice in their own jurisdiction for kids with justice-involved parents through targeted collaboration and mutually beneficial partnerships. This may include individuals from police departments, probation departments, folks working in jails, as well as those staff in human services agencies, community-based organizations, advocacy groups, and other service providers serving kids and families. The sessions in this webinar are meant to complement the products that we've been talking about that we will be putting out in partnership with the National Institute of Corrections that are stemming from this project, including the information that we'll be hearing about on collaborative partnerships, as well as the other information we've heard from the stakeholders who are speaking previously, focused on policies and programs for kids of justice-involved parents. We are releasing 3 toolkits, as well as a framework document that will be released along with the recording of today's conversation around June 15th and will be available on the Urban Institute's website. We intend to send an email that will notify all of the participants who are on the webinar today when these products are to be released. Please share these resources with your networks, particularly individuals who are unable to join us this afternoon. We recognize that the work that we've done under this partnership with the National Institute of Corrections is part of a larger effort and focus on providing services to children and families of justice-involved parents to mitigate the trauma children experience when their parents are arrested, sentenced, and incarcerated. We want to mention that Mr. Crawford, Greg Crawford, who spoke earlier today from the National Institute of Corrections, is part of a federal interagency working group on children of incarcerated parents. This working group began in 2011 and aims to bring together agencies across the federal government to provide training and technical assistance to service providers, clarify and improve public policy, and raise public awareness of the challenges kids face across the country. Finally, before we begin this session, I want to discuss a few logistical details, and for those of you who have been listening so far, you've already heard this, but I'll reiterate for anybody who is new that is joining us. You will be muted throughout the entire webinar, and if you want to have an extra precaution, you can also mute your own line. Because you will be muted, you're not able to ask us any questions verbally, but you will be able to do so through the webinar. At the top right corner of your screen, you should see a Q&A box that you can click and pose questions directly to our panelists with the name Urban Webinar Questions. To say that again, if you'd like to pose a question, you can do that by clicking on the top right corner Q&A box and pose a question directly to our panelists with the name, under the name Urban Webinar Questions. At the end of this session, we will have approximately 20 to 30 minutes to read aloud some of your questions and pose that to the panelists. We'll try to get through as many questions as we possibly can. As we've said throughout this, and I want to restate it again, all of the presentations from our panelists will be available, as well as their biographical information and a link to the deliverables that we have been mentioning, the toolkits and the framework document. All of that will be available on Urban Institute's events page, which is urban.org/events. To say that again, the presentations as well as the biographical information of the speakers in this session as well as the others will be available on the urban.org/events webpage. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nell Bernstein, former chair of the San Francisco Children of Incarcerated Parents Partnership, who's got some great colleagues who have already talked about what she's going to be talking about and how influential she has been in San Francisco in getting more attention on this issue. To tell you a little bit about Nell, she, again, is former chair of the San Francisco Children of Incarcerated Parents Partnership, where she pioneered a Bill of Rights for Children of Incarcerated Parents that has been replicated nationally and internationally. She is also the author of Bringing Down the House, The End of Juvenile Prison, and All Alone in the World, Children of Incarcerated Parents. Ms. Bernstein has been named a Soros Justice Fellow and received a White House Champion of Change Award for her advocacy work on behalf of children of incarcerated parents. I'll now turn it over to Nell. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be part of this, and I have to say somewhat stunned. The first question you all asked me to answer is, why do we care about children of incarcerated parents? And as I've listened today, I've just been amazed by the degree to which we do care. I've been doing this work for almost 15 years now, and the truth is that until fairly recently, and with the exception of a dedicated few, there was not any kind of coordinated commitment or sense of caring about children whose parents were incarcerated. They were invisible publicly and within the multiple public systems that really determined their future and that of their families. So to have the Urban Institute, the National Institute for Corrections, and the panelists we've heard from today all engaged in a collective effort, and I emphasize collective, on their behalf is really mind-boggling. You know, the other thing I was asked to consider was how parental arrest and incarceration affect children. And something else that has changed over the past decade is that we now have a body of research that speaks to that. And when you look at that research, it talks about trauma, it talks about an increased likelihood of criminality, it talks about acting out in school, it talks about a whole array of deficits. But when I think about how parental incarceration affects kids, the word that comes to my mind is loss. And I think that on the one hand, it's a loss that's much more similar to other losses, whether it's a death or a parent going to war, sometimes a divorce. It's much more similar to other losses than we're willing to acknowledge. But it's also different in a couple of crucial ways. One way is that it's what some have called indefinite or indeterminate loss. In other words, kids don't know how long their parents will be gone, Sometimes they don't know why. Sometimes they don't even know where their parents are. So they can't grieve or process their feelings the way that other children who have experienced loss can. The other thing that makes them different is that, this is beginning to change, but there's still tremendous stigma around parental incarceration. So instead of communities rallying to support these kids, they face the presumption that they're going to end up like their parents, bullying and teasing around where their parents are, and just a tremendous amount of shame. So I think those are the things that I think about when I think about the effects of parental incarceration on children. So I guess the question then becomes, what do we do? And I think I'm going to have to, sorry, I'm having some navigation problems, but here we go. I think the first thing that we have to do if we want to support children who have experienced this particular loss is to collaborate. And the reason that that's so important is that these children's lives and their families' lives are enmeshed in multiple public systems. So even if, for example, a police department creates a protocol or a jail creates a visiting program, unless there's coordination among all the agencies that have the potential to affect a young person's life, you're not going to get a kind of a holistic change in that young person's experience. And I think collaboration is important also because it creates visibility. And I know I mentioned that these kids are a lot more visible than they once were, but given their numbers, they still are profoundly invisible. Another way of looking at the numbers is that 1 in 10 American children at any given moment has a parent who is either in jail, in prison, on probation, or on parole. And that's at any given moment. So if you look at the number of kids who've experienced it in their lifetime, we're really talking about not some sort of obscure group with an unusual problem, but America's children. So I think visibility and collaboration are the key to making a difference in the lives of children of incarcerated parents. I think, I wrote a book about children of incarcerated parents, but I've also spent the past 10 years organizing around a Bill of Rights for children of incarcerated parents. And this is something that was created by a collaborative called the San Francisco Children of Incarcerated Parents Partnership. And what makes SFCIP, I think, unusual is that our membership includes public agency heads, the sheriff, probation, parole, child welfare. At this point, we have high-level representation from just about every public agency, the schools that has the capacity to affect the lives of children of incarcerated parents. Our group also includes community-based organizations. And finally, it includes those directly affected, either formerly incarcerated parents or older children who have, teenagers really, who've experienced parental incarceration. And that makes for a difficult conversation. It's much easier to sort of talk to people who work in the same field, all agree with each other. It's challenging to have the jailed and the jailer at the same table, but it's also incredibly rich in terms of figuring out what it is that children need. And the Bill of Rights came from conversations that we had with young people. And every right that you see there is a right that children told us they did not have. We developed the Bill of Rights initially just as a tool, a kind of scaffolding for our local work. Astonishingly to us, over the decade that followed, it caught on nationally, so that now I don't even know how many jurisdictions are using the Bill of Rights as a scaffolding for their work. And you know, what I think is terrific about it is that, for example, the Osborne Association, you just heard from them, when they began their Children of Incarcerated Parents initiative, they brought a group of young people together to look at the Bill of Rights and figure out how they wanted to adapt it to meet local needs. And what those kids said was, we don't need to adapt it. You know, these are universal issues. So I kind of think of it, I don't mean this to sound grandiose, but as a constitution, a guiding document that is concrete but also flexible enough to accommodate the needs of children in a whole variety of situations. After we developed the Bill of Rights, we created something called the Rights to Realities Initiative. And honestly, I think that this is the heart of the work, because we were really happy with the Bill of Rights when we developed it. We thought it was a great document. We were happy with the response. But the truth is, a couple of years passed, and I couldn't name one kid who had any of the rights in the Bill of Rights due to our work. So at that point, we became very strategic about what it would take to make the rights realities across, again, all public systems. And several of the programs and protocols you've heard about today grew directly out of the Rights to Realities initiative and reflect that effort to make sure our work went beyond abstraction and actually changed children's lives. For example, you heard about visiting. That is a direct reflection of the right to speak with, touch, and see my parent. You heard about police protocols, which is an effort to implement the right to be kept safe and informed at the time of my parent's arrest. Family impact statements reflect the right to be considered when decisions are made about my parent. So it really is a way of taking a kind of lovely but abstract concept and figuring out how to implement it. I'm really pleased with the progress that we've made so far, but I think the last thing that we want to do is, you know, decide that we've done it and rest on our collective laurels. Because the truth is, although there are initiatives across the country, most kids in most jurisdictions don't have any of the rights in the Bill of Rights. So I think the most important thing that we can do is just really what we're doing today via this conversation. Disseminate what's been done, make sure that the kids themselves are heard consistently across jurisdictions, keep them visible, and understand that their family ties are as valuable as any other child's family ties. And you know, I just want to end by returning to the numbers, because if 1 in 10 kids currently has a parent directly involved with the criminal justice system, and you know, many, many more have experienced it, we're really talking about America's children. America incarcerates more people than any nation in the country by a huge margin. And given that, if we don't recognize the needs and rights of these children, we're really doing children in general a profound disservice. So I just want to thank all of you for the work that you've done on behalf of these kids and express how very hopeful I am based on what I've heard today. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Nell. And your last comment actually connects us back to something that Chief Sir was saying at the beginning of all of this, which is, you know, parent arrest protocols are an opportunity for officers to make sure that kids who are present are having positive interactions and not creating a generation or, you know, a bunch of kids that have negative perceptions and interactions with law enforcement. So I think that was just a really nice tie-in, though you probably didn't anticipate doing it, but really echo some of the things that Chief Sir was saying at the top of this webinar. So thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Tanya Krupet, who is the Program Director of the New York Initiative for Children of Incarcerated Parents at the Osborne Association. For more than 16 years, Tanya's work has focused on children of incarcerated parents with an emphasis on visiting and maintaining the parent-child relationship as key strategies for supporting children's well-being. Prior to joining the Osborne Association in 2006, she worked with New York City's Child Welfare Agency, focusing on children in foster care whose parents were incarcerated, and as the Family Services Coordinator at Taconic Correctional Facility, a medium-security prison for women. I'm going to turn it over to Tanya, but I just want to remind the audience that you can continue to ask questions of the panelists directly by using the Q&A button on the top right corner of your webinar screen, and at the conclusion of Tanya's comments, we will open it up to questions for the panelists. I'll turn it over to you, Tanya. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. It's really an honor to be part of this and also to follow Nell. I have to just sing her serious praise for a while. Anyone who hasn't yet read All Alone in the World should read it, not to mention her latest book, but since we're focused on children of the incarcerated, I really recommend going to that book as a resource. And then I'm going to talk about the New York Initiative for Children of Incarcerated Parents, which really we modeled after the San Francisco Children of Incarcerated Parents Partnership, and that the Bill of Rights is just an incredible tool. It really provides you with a roadmap for reform and is a great place to start if you're thinking about forming interagency or cross-systems collaborations. So just a little bit of background. Our collaboration is coordinated by the Osborne Association, which is an agency that's been providing services to those involved with the criminal justice system since 1931. So we had a sense, based on the parenting programs that we provide inside of our state prisons and the family centers and family services, of the dire need and the urgency to bring together agencies and community providers around this. There's no one in New York City, and New York State is not alone in this. There was no convening body. There's no agency that was responsible for their well-being. And Nell talked about the just astounding numbers and the real urgency to pay attention to this issue. We were very fortunate that Nell and the San Francisco Partnership had started doing this work and had already created their Rights to Realities document and work. So we really borrowed with permission, and as she said, it was the great scaffolding for our work. So our vision as a partnership among government agencies and community and faith-based organizations is, as you see, we envision a world in which children whose parents are involved in the criminal justice system are considered and their needs safeguarded at every step of the criminal justice process. Our approach is collaborative. Nell talked about the importance of this. So we work with the systems we want to change, and that can be challenging, but also incredibly important. We've built partnerships not only between different agencies, but also within different units within the same agency. Some of the agencies we have are so big that they're not even talking to each other internally. So we try to play a real connector role, connecting cross systems, but also even within a system. And then raising awareness and capacity building is a big part of what we try to do. The stigma and invisibility, as Nell and others have mentioned, is just is very deep and profound and continues to harm children. So part of the work is really educating people who really may not know, and we find again and again that people working with children and families will say, oh, yes, I've worked with children who have incarcerated parents, but there's never been a training around it, or they're not sure how to locate an incarcerated parent. It really is invisible in terms of how people learn about it if they're not personally affected. So we began pulling people together in 2006. And at first, I'll say we were just happy that anyone showed up at the meeting. So what we have in place now has been, growing and evolving over the years. We held a statewide summit in 2010 that gathered people together that really led to a report which we issued in 2011, which is available on the Osborne website, called A Call to Action. And it really listed specific recommendations for action per system, and that is per the criminal justice systems along the continuum from arrest to detention, sentencing, incarceration, and reentry, but then also the children and family side, mental health providers, pediatricians, schools, educators, and kinship care providers. So this is just some examples of how we've tried to build capacity and advocate. And again, our advocacy priorities grew really from the Bill of Rights and from the work that was going on in San Francisco, recognizing that, as you heard, they really were universal, that we here in New York State, there was not an effort to minimize trauma to children at the time of arrest, and it was really incredible to hear the first webinar in Chief Sir. I wanted to jump up and shout, yes, it was just a beautiful thing to listen to. Family impact statements and responsibility statements we've worked on, and proximity and visiting, the ongoing issue of how distance is a tremendous barrier and the importance of maintaining ties for children. We've continue to work with schools, child welfare, mental health, family court to raise awareness and address the needs of children whose parents are in the criminal justice system. And then working again on the invisibility. One of the first questions we get from any system is, oh, well, how many children are you talking about? And even though we have the national statistics and the 1 in 10 really astounding figure that Nell talked about, we still continue to, people want local data, and it just doesn't exist. So part of it is contributing to what we know. So the strategies and the how, which if you're thinking of forming a partnership, and I encourage it, this is kind of the nitty-gritty of, we hold quarterly partnership meetings. We have biannual site visits to 2 of our prisons. We actually bring diverse professionals into 2 of our maximum security prisons that both have fairly strong family programming. Many of the professionals, including family court judges, who are key decision makers in terms of whether a child will have access to their parent when they're incarcerated, have never been inside a prison, have never actually spoken with an incarcerated parent. And so we found that bringing them inside is incredibly impactful and important in their own thinking, and it really moves their hearts as well as their minds. We formed a steering committee, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the infrastructure that we built into our collaborative partnership in a minute. And part of that actually was forming a steering committee and also building in guiding principles. One thing we realized, and we wanted to be transparent, that we came to this work and this convening with pretty strong principles and values and beliefs about this. And some of those include the belief in using humanizing language, that in our partnership we refer to parents as parents. We don't refer to them as inmates or offenders, and we ask that of our partners, that it's so important. We're talking about people's mothers and fathers, grandparents, grandfathers, uncles, and aunts, so we want to use language that reflects that. We also believe that children of incarcerated parents can succeed, do succeed, are incredibly resilient, and we're inspired by their strength and courage every day. And so we work hard to dispel the myth that children of incarcerated parents will end up incarcerated like their parents just by virtue of having an incarcerated parent. And then we also take a child-centered approach to the advocacy and believe strongly in the importance of maintaining that parent-child bond. So that's kind of the transparency of where the partnership sits in terms of what we believe. And then we created a new member orientation packet that would openly let people who are attending or joining or wanting to be engaged in the work know about this, know about the mission and the principles by which we operate. We also provide training and technical assistance to our partners and beyond. And then we try to keep them updated. Everyone is a very busy professional and doesn't have time to read every article or keep up with the research, so we try to be a resource in that capacity and keep partners up to date with events, webinars such as today's, research articles. When Nell's book came out, we wanted everyone to know about it. And then we also try to get feedback from our partners. Is this collaborative serving a purpose for you? Is it helpful? And how would you like to be more involved? How could we make this work better for you? And then we vote annually on our priorities. So in the interest of time, I won't go through, but we've had successes that we're very proud of, although I am, it's a caveat. I think what Nell said is how many of these are actually our children and families feeling the difference, and I think that it's good to remind ourselves that that should be our standard. But we've definitely grown from being happy that anyone came to our meeting in 2006 to now consisting of more than 65 different partners, with new partners joining us at each meeting, and we're working at city, state, and even national levels. We have recently, and we're thrilled, been working with our police department in New York City and also in Albany, our state capital. And you heard earlier, if you were on the Family Impact Statement webinar from Patty Donahue and the work that's going on with our state probation, which we're very excited about. Some of the challenges, of course, as Nell mentioned, when as she put it, the jail and jailer at the same table, working with the systems that we're trying to change can definitely be challenging, but it's also where the successes lie. I think there's a lot of cultural difference, that corrections feels like they're not understood by people who work with children, or children feel like corrections doesn't understand, children's systems feel that way. So bringing everyone to the table feels like the best and most promising way to really make that lasting change, and we've seen that. We've seen incredible aha moments or alliances been formed across systems when the missions and mandates of each are respected, and then how can we work together to safeguard children. I think everyone has an interest and desire to do that. So our meetings are generally during the week and involve professionals, so how can we include youth voices and the voices of families who may not be able to make our meetings? So that's another thing that we struggle with, because we want to really stay honest and relevant and hear from youth. And I will put in a great plug for those who are listening who want to and need to actually listen to youth, that Echoes of Incarceration is a really amazing website, echoesofincarceration.org, where young people affected by parental incarceration are making films, incredibly powerful films, about their experiences, about arrest and visiting and reentry and the different challenges that they face. And then Knock Knock is a 3-minute video available on YouTube by Daniel Beatty, who's an incredibly talented spoken word artist, author, performer, director, and it's a great tool. He speaks about his father's incarceration and the deep impact that had on him. So I think there are many challenges, but also just incredible opportunities right now. There's the Bill of Rights. It's the 10-year anniversary. It creates a great framework and moment if you want to launch or strengthen your efforts. That's a great framework to use in an ongoing fashion, and then to build off of the fact that this is 10 years after the Bill of Rights was created. There is national conversations around criminal justice reform, and we do know more, as Nell said, than we used to. And I wanted to point to, there's a recent book called Children of the Prison Boom, which summarizes and provides a lot of new quantitative data about the impact on children of having an incarcerated parent. So I thank you for listening and look forward to the conversation, and it's just been very inspiring to hear from everyone else about what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Okay, there was a little bit of feedback. I hope that went away. So thank you both for that, and particularly in hearing both of you talk about making children a part of this process and making their voices as part of this process, and considering them collaborative partners. Hearing both of you talk about having children inform this process and having them have a seat at the table. You were talking about the individual who had a spoken word video, Tanya. I think that hopefully will resonate with the audience about that these aren't just invisible children. They are visible. It is impacting people. They are real. So giving them a seat at the table is a way to do that. So we have a number of questions from the audience, and I want to encourage folks who are still listening in with us to continue to pose those questions, and we will try to read as many of them as we can. So the first question can be directed to Tanya or Nell, and it is, we've had a lot of discussion on improving the parent-child relationships, but what are we doing besides addressing support and receiving trauma at the time of arrest on the community level? How can we increase community support beyond just raising awareness? So again, this question is about how do we get the community connected into improving the parent-child relationships? How are we collaborating with the community? How are we getting them involved in this process beyond just raising awareness? I can start with you, Nell, if you'd like to speak to that.
So a couple things. I want to start by sort of questioning the question. Absolutely, we need to strengthen relationships between incarcerated parents and their children, but I think that sometimes there's an unspoken assumption that if you're incarcerated, you're a bad parent. And Elizabeth Gaines, who runs the Osborne Association, said this better than I think anyone. You can be a good parent and a bad citizen. So that's just sort of a caveat. But I think in terms of what the community can do, I think it goes back to stigma. There's stigma obviously associated with incarceration. There's stigma associated with having an incarcerated parent. And then there's sort of an exponential stigma when you think about people's attitudes towards the families. So I think eliminating that is crucial, and to do that, we just need to listen to the kids and to the parents. And I really appreciated what you said about, underscoring, including them, giving them a voice. But I think, again, it goes deeper than that. In some ways, their voices aren't ours to give. We just need to listen. And ultimately, hand over leadership of this growing movement to those most affected. Because I think that mass incarceration and its impact on children is one of the great civil rights issues of our time. And every civil rights movement that's been successful has been led by those affected. So I think really not just including those affected, but handing over leadership is crucial to connecting the community to this community.
Thank you very much for that. Tanya, would you like to add?
Yeah, I think questions about the community always confuse me a little because I'm not sure what the community means, which community. But, I mean, I think to some extent what people who are in positions to support children can do is also starts with them, starts with examining our own language, how we're raising our children. If you're not directly affected, kids are constantly hearing about good people, bad people, and people who take away the bad people. And I feel like if we were a more compassionate, forgiving, less, binary, dividing things into good and bad society, that would create a better space for children to be open about it and to be able to talk, and then we would need to listen, as Nell said. So I would echo what Nell said, and then we can really start with each one of us, personally and professionally.
working off of that, in both of your experiences, how have you been able to, what strategies, techniques, things that you've done to educate the community? And I think you're right, Tanya, in saying, what do we mean by that? But let's just, you know, broader society, which seems huge, but just others, right, who aren't at the table, who aren't directly impacted by this, even though we all recognize that we kind of all are, right? We're all involved in this effort. But how do you educate and advocate for children affected by having their parents involved in the criminal justice system and kind of bringing them into this space, getting them to recognize the trauma and the importance of this issue for all of us? So again, that's just a question about how have you been able, what strategies have you used, what lessons can you impart about the importance and your ability to educate and advocate for children, for the community, the group of people who aren't at the table. Let's start with you, Nell.
Step up, step back, which means, you know when to speak, know when to be silent, and let someone else speak. And I may be kind of beating a drum here, but one of the things which I'm most proud that grew out of SSSIP is something called Project What. I don't know if you've heard about that yet today, but it's a program that hires young people who've experienced parental incarceration, and it functions as a support group, but more than that, they are trained to go out and speak publicly, and also to train adults who come into contact with them. And I think that their work is more powerful than anything I've ever seen, because you can listen to someone like me until one of us or both of us are blue in the face. But when you hear from a child, I love my mom, I miss my mom, I don't want to see her on a television screen, I need to sit with her and have her braid my hair, someone the foot drop from the head to the heart, and I think that the children have the capacity to make that drop happen more than anyone else.
Tanya, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think when we do a lot of training in what moves people the most, if young people are there, then that's what moves people, and their stories are the most powerful, and they really are the experts on the issue. I completely agree. And when we can't have them there, the films that they are making through Echoes of Incarceration, and there's other films out there that really are young people telling their stories, that's absolutely what moves people the most. And we've been kind of astounded by people are very, very punitive towards parents and somehow able to separate children from their parents, to say they love children and even advocate for children, and that wouldn't include, loving and advocate for their parents. I think that's one of the things we really need to work against, is this separation of people who advocate for children but, feel very punitively towards parents. And I think when you hear from children the love of their parents and just the depth of the ability to forgive, we all have so much to learn from them, and then that really is what moves people. Absolutely.
Thank you. Related to that, we've had a question about, and this is something that Nell said earlier, and we heard it from other panelists as well, about, giving parents, who have been involved in the justice system and who have made mistakes, still having a role in this process and what happens to their children, that just because they've done a bad thing doesn't mean that they're a bad parent. So I'm curious whether you two could speak to how you have been able to speak to other stakeholders, and this is primarily the criminal justice system actors, to reduce the bias that is there. Tanya, you were just talking about it, the ability to kind of advocate for kids and separate them from their parents, but how have you been able to also work on the other side of this, which is reducing the bias, reducing, seeing parents in a negative light in order to, bring about this policy and practical change for kids whose parents are involved in the system. I will start with you, Tanya.
Yeah, I think the answer to that is partly is kind of the parallel to what we were just talking about. I think the more that parents speak for themselves, if currently incarcerated or formerly incarcerated, the more they can dispel the discriminatory assumptions about who they are. That's why I mentioned earlier we try to do as many site visits we can where we bring professionals into prisons to talk to parents, and people are astounded inevitably, and these are people in high decision-making roles. They inevitably come out, they were so articulate, they were so intelligent, he reminded me of my brother. This kind of eye-opening of we're just bombarded through the media and movies, et cetera, with just these monster images of people that really is harming children, because that's what people are going by when they're considering, oh, should a child go visit an incarcerated parent? So I think to the extent that also formerly incarcerated parents are around the table in the discussions, part of the meetings at all levels, then that really chips away. And I also think, Glenn Martin has formed an organization called Just Leadership USA, which is formerly incarcerated people, and he has a great tagline, which is people who are closest to the problem are closest to the solutions, and I think we really need to remember that.
Thank you. Now, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to quickly reiterate that, again, there's nothing like seeing it. When my book came out, I did a couple of events where a parent and a child participated together, and that just blew people away because you could feel the love in a way that no words can capture. I also think of, I did a lot of talk radio, and I remember a host in New York saying, well, aren't there some people who just don't deserve to have children? And I remember my jaw kind of dropping, but what I said to him is, maybe, but there aren't any children who don't deserve to have parents. And I think what we have to remember is these are the parents they have. I think people have this kind of illusion that, for example, and this is a huge issue, if we terminate a prisoner's parental rights, the child is going to go to some lovely suburban adoptive home and get a new life. Well, that's not what happens. And in fact, people talk about parental incarceration predicting a child's incarceration. Actually, foster care is the greatest predictor there is that a child will go on to be incarcerated. So I think just, again, banging that drum, emphasizing that bond, helping people to see that it is no different than my bond to my children. It's just a bit more challenging and a bit more fraught. And then again, as Tanya said, hearing from those affected. There's just no substitute.
Thank you for that. I hate to do this because we're having such a great, substantive conversation around these issues and very, very powerful stuff that we're all saying, but I think the audience would like to hear a little bit more about the nuts and bolts of this, and that is, how did you get funding to do this work? If you could both speak to ways that you were able to get funding partners at the table that would enable you to host these meetings, to put out the information. Maybe we'll start with you, Tanya, in speaking about the funding streams that you have at the Osborne Association in facilitating your ability to do this work in this space.
Yeah, so funding is always a challenge. And yeah, I mean, we struggle in an ongoing way. We're very, very fortunate that the Open Society Foundation funded our initial work and funded this work for many, many years. And then we supplement and look for, we have funding from some small family foundations, and then we're just constantly looking for those who would support advocacy. And interestingly enough, I mean, part of the raising awareness is there are foundations or people, and our effort is entirely foundation funded, I should say, that, don't think they're interested in advocacy, but maybe they're interested in children's issues. And so part of the, the raising awareness and the fundraising are kind of tied together because people are just not aware. So sometimes it's engaging a funder who's interested in children's mental health issues but isn't familiar with this, or children's education, educational outcomes, or so being creative for sure. And then we also really stretch what we get. We were very fortunate to get a Robert Wood Johnson Foundation Roadmaps to Health grant several years ago, which we were thrilled about because it really recognized children of incarcerated parents as a public health issue, which it really is. So I think, realizing that this issue is every issue can be connected to this, and that's something that we really try to emphasize with our partners. If you're sitting in any kind of meeting, you can connect it to this issue. If it's on any kind of criminal justice issue, any kind of children and family issue, any poverty issue, civil rights issue, issues of race, that this can be integrated into those conversations. So I think, we try to be very creative when the fundraising. It's not always easy, but to think outside the box and to link it to whatever opportunity might present itself, there are ways to tie this in.
Nell?
That has been very fortunate because we actually began hosted by the Zellerbach Foundation in San Francisco, which has consistently supported us for many years. So that's luck and a foundation that was really prescient in seeing, as Tanya said, that this issue, these kids, intersect with every other program area that especially a child-serving foundation could have. I will say we're now at a moment where we need to grow, we're ready to grow, and we do need to seek funding beyond our original sponsor, and it is a challenge. The other thing I'd say is funding doesn't necessarily have to go to the coalition itself. We have not until now tried to raise large amounts of money to support our work, although I think that's coming. But what we have done is strategically steered grants to our members. In other words, to start something like Project What, or One Family, which was started with a small grant from a family foundation. We then used some of our budget to hire a grant writer who brought to the table multiple public agencies who were able to secure federal reentry money to support the program. So I think that if you see the collaborative as the entity doing the work, and think about funding not only the collaborative but the partners to do the work, it opens doors. That said, there are not that many people who dare to fund criminals, and it is an ongoing challenge.
Could you speak to how you've tried to sustain these partnerships and making sure that, the meetings and kind of the efforts around focusing attention to this issue can be institutionalized and keep going in the absence of funding, because we all know that the priorities of funders change over time, and just what have you both been able to do in your respective jurisdictions and places that you've worked in order to kind of institutionalize or sustain some of these practices that are part of increasing collaboration and attention to this issue in order to kind of minimize these things going away at the whims of a funder or changes in funding streams or priorities. Tanya, maybe we can start with you.
Yeah, such a challenging question. I think just a consistent presence, the core coordinators, which in this case it's staff at Osborne who convene the partnership, and the key allies, I think our steering committee, just having that commitment. We have actually really remarkable I think sustaining alliances, working with government partners, there's elections, there's turnover, there is change, but often there are staff who remain throughout those changes of administrations, and we are just grateful. We have a lot of partners actually in government and outside who've been there since the beginning and who continue to come. It's such a, once you get it, it's a compelling, urgent issue that, thankfully people keep coming. So, and there's no one else convening them in New York City or New York State. So as I mentioned, there's no agency who's responsible for the well-being of this huge population of children. So I think, we have partners who come and go for sure. And we try to, we have ongoing priorities, and I think having successes so that people feel there's progress being made, even if the biggies still remain unachieved, is important. And I think just having a real persistent presence, and again, involving the children and families in that is inspiring for people, and it keeps their feet to the fire. I think it keeps their hearts keep coming even if the funding's not there. And we do also have flexibility with our expectations of partners because we know they're really busy, so certain partners participate at different levels. But we have, been able to sustain, but it's a lot of work, but it's definitely worth it. Funding will come and go, and sometimes different faces of people will come and go, but we've been amazed actually at how consistent our partners have been for many years.
Nell, I'll give you the last word on this.
Okay. I think the key to sustainability is embedding the work and the values not just in the coalition but in the partner agencies, and particularly the public agencies. I think Zellerbach has been very strategic about giving seed money with the aim of developing public funding sources, and that's worked so that we have now a publicly funded Children of Incarcerated Parents worker in our Child Welfare Department, another in our Public Defender's Department. We have the One Family Visiting Program embedded in the jail, which has really taken ownership of it. We have the Family Impact Statement, which is now part of the pre-sentence investigation report. So those aren't going to go away, and they're policy, and that creates some responsibility on the part of the partners to generate funding themselves, not to say that that's easy. And I think that the key to making that happen is persistence, knocking on the door endlessly, but also we found some real champions. You heard from Chief Sir. He owns this. Jeff Adachi, our public defender, owns this. Ross Mirkarimi, our sheriff, owns this. Wendy Still, who is our chief of probation, owns this. And once that happens, once you have champions in positions of leadership, then I think you've got a shot at lasting change.
That's wonderful, and I think that is a fitting conclusion to this particular session as well as the entire webinar series. I don't know if you intended to do that, Nell, but since you included speakers who are part of the earlier series, again, I think that was a really fitting conclusion to this webinar. I want to thank our two presenters who just spoke and everyone else who spoke throughout the day, and as well as everyone who listened into this. We really appreciate your time, and the field appreciates your attention. And speaking for the National Institute of Corrections, we're really glad to have such a great group of panelists that are speaking to us today, and to hear from the various audience members who have joined us today about your comments and questions about this issue. And we hope that what you've heard about today with respect to parental arrest protocols, family impact statements, family-focused jail services, and collaboration, which pulls us all together, are useful in your efforts to focus on mitigating trauma for kids whose parents are involved in the criminal justice system. As we've said throughout this, and this is the last time I'll say it because we're about to conclude, all of the information that you've heard today will be available on the Urban Institute's website. That is urban.org/events. That will include the presentations, the slides that were part of this webinar series, as well as the rest of the sessions that we've gone through today. So all 4 sessions, the presentations will be available, as well as some biographical information for the speakers that you've heard from today. We'd also like to highlight, of course, that as part of this project, this collaborative partnership with the National Institute of Corrections, the Urban Institute has produced 3 toolkits that are on family impact statements, parental arrest protocols, and family-focused jail services that used the information that you've heard today and expanded beyond that to give you some really concrete information about how you can implement these policies, programs, and practices in your own jurisdiction, as well as a framework document which gives some context around the issue of children of incarcerated parents. Those things will be available on our website on June 15th. In addition, we will be sending a reminder to you that those materials are available for all the folks who are listening in to this webinar series, and we invite you and hope that you will share this among your networks broadly so that we can get as much information as we have out to the field to increase intention, awareness, and changes in policy and practice on this area. On behalf of the National Institute of Corrections and my colleagues at the Urban Institute, as well as the panelists, we want to thank you so much for your time and attention, and talk to you soon.